go.
Hi, everyone.
Immediately. How about that?
Boom. Aaron's in charge.
I second.
Here's Rachel. She got it. I missed it. The immediate adjournment. Oh, great.
As soon as we have a quorum.
Ms. Ye?
Okay, why don't you go ahead and do that? It's 6 o'clock, and I think we have everyone but June here. Awesome. Just a moment to get the screen up. All right. Welcome, everyone, to the July 13th special meeting of the Boulder City Council. I have a couple of announcements to begin with tonight. First of all, COVID-19 vaccinations, as usual. If you'd like information on how to get a vaccine and to sign up, it's www.bouldercounty.org, families, disease, COVID-19, and vaccines, as it says on the slide. And then second, the city has launched a reimagining policing effort and is looking for community feedback. A questionnaire is available at beheardboulder.org/reimagine-policing, and that's open until July 31st. It's a great way for individuals to provide on their own time and in a safe and anonymous way feedback on the future of policing in Boulder. If you would prefer to provide your feedback verbally, or to participate in a conversation with city staff or other community members, please sign up for an upcoming online forum. You can access the sign-up sheets and available dates on the same Be Heard Boulder webpage. And with that, Alicia, could you call the roll?
Yes, sir. And good evening, everyone, and welcome back. Councilmember Brockett.
Present.
Friend.
Here.
Joseph. Nagel.
Here.
Swetlick.
Present.
Wallach.
Present.
Mayor Weaver.
Here.
Councilmember Yates.
Present.
And Young.
Present.
Mayor, we have a quorum.
Excellent, thank you. And I believe, are we ready to move on to the consent agenda?
Yes, we are, sir. That would be item A through C.
Very good. And our first item is the council rules of procedure. And I believe that we were going to get a little quick background from our legal department on that and then have a quick discussion.
That sounds great. Taylor, if you could bring up that slideshow, I just have a couple of slides to show you. Here we go. Okay, good evening, Council. I'll just launch right into this and hopefully won't take very long. I'm just going to provide a really high-level summary of some changes. So at the council retreat, council members discussed ways to improve council meetings, and out of that discussion and several others, consensus was reached on several recommendations. These recommendations resulted in amendments to the documents that you have before you tonight. There are 3 documents: the council rules, council working agreements, and emergency rules for quasi-judicial hearings. Next slide, please. So the first one we'll tackle is council rules. And again, there are several changes made. I just provided a couple of examples here. So under section 4A8, revisiting topics, this has to do with when a council member wishes to reconsider a prior council decision, the member shall request the council agenda committee schedule to discuss under matters, and it requires a nod of 5 council members to support reconsideration of prior council action, and then it gets set for a substantive consideration at a later meeting, but future discussion is capped at 15 minutes. Again, this may only be considered if there's a material change to law or fact. And then the next change you'll see is that we defined what material change means. Prior council decisions shall be reconsidered only after material change in law or fact. And material change is defined as a change that, if having occurred before the prior council meeting, would have made it unlikely that a majority would have supported the prior decision. And then the last example here is regarding items under matters, and all decisions will be made either after a public hearing or on consent agenda, and that's in section 4A6. There were also changes related to time frame for requests of information from staff, and also updates to the rules of decorum. Next slide, please. The next document that we amended was the council working agreements. There were 3 different changes there. One related to building consensus, and a commitment to focus on areas of consensus and problem solve around areas of disagreement. The next item was respecting work plan. Basically how to handle departures from the work plan. So with rare exceptions, new items would only be added to the work plan if necessary for the public health and safety. And then the last item had to do with timing for staff questions. And there's now a deadline for staff questions. It's the Sunday night prior to a Tuesday meeting. And then staff have the ability to defer if it's overly burdensome due to the complexity or length. Next slide, please. The last document had to do with quasi-judicial remote hearing rules. And on April 21st, 2020, you may recall, Council approved emergency rules to allow for virtual quasi-judicial hearings. As Council worked with these rules, it appeared that certain adjustments would be helpful to conform better to Council's preferences. So some of the changes were that we removed a written request was no longer necessary for the city manager. We provided some consistency on the availability of remote hearings, clarified that a person can participate by signing up electronically. Documentary evidence is to be provided to council email address. If more than 15 people participate, time may be reduced to 2 minutes each. And lastly, city clerk, rather than the secretary of boards and commissions, is responsible for ensuring that all equipment is functional. And you may also recall that Ordinance 8391 was passed on March 17th, 2020, and it provided for the ability for boards and commissions and council to participate in meetings remotely and related to any disaster emergency. And next slide. And that's all I've got.
Super. Thank you, Sandra. Aaron has a question, and then Rachel.
I didn't have a question. Thank you for that, Sandra. I just had one small proposed wording change to one of them.
Okay.
Sam, should I proceed?
Yeah, please.
The material change language, I think that the change generally is good, but I had a concern about the exact wording. I think it says that a material change in law or fact means a change that, if having occurred before the prior council decision, would have made it unlikely that a majority of council would have supported the prior decision. And that seems like something that's unknowable about how a past council might have behaved. So I wanted to suggest a slightly different wording, well, somewhat different wording anyway, to say, and I'm open to changes to this, but this is what I would propose, is a material change in law or fact means a change significant enough that it may cause one or more council members to change their votes.
Okay, so why don't we field questions or comments about Aaron's proposal first? Mark, I saw your hand go up, and then Rachel, I'll call on you next if you have anything about Aaron's proposal. Mark?
Well, if Rachel does, I think her hand actually preceded mine.
Yep.
She's on the
Rachel,
same
do
side.
you have any questions or comments about Aaron's suggestion?
I do. Thanks for that, Mark. I had some concerns about that language too, and then one other aspect of it. So yeah, I think we need to tweak it, and I think Aaron's proposal is fine, but it would be unknowable if it's unlikely. You know, how could I know that if I was proposing it that a majority of council would have voted differently for prior? So I think that language is tricky. And then the other piece of it is limiting it to 15 minutes for follow-up. Just seems a little bit tricky. Like, you might take 10 minutes to explain why you're lobbying for the changes. And so I'm not trying to relitigate. I don't know if we said 15 minutes at the retreat and that's why it's in there, but that just seems a little strict.
Good, thank you. Mark, and then Mary.
Yeah, I hate to be unoriginal, but I think Aaron's language is better. And I think Rachel's suggestion is a little bit better. And I would support both of those. And can you just refresh my recollection in terms of what now constitutes a material change? What's our present?
Sure. The way it reads right now, it says a material change in law or fact means a change that, if having occurred before the prior council decision, would have made it unlikely that a majority of council would have supported the prior decision.
Yeah, having heard that, I'm more strongly in support of Aaron's suggested change.
Can I colloquy and just ask, is that the current proposed language or the current, like, in our agreement right now language that you just read?
This is all new. Yeah, so it's proposed.
Because I don't think we have. I don't know if that's what you were asking, Mark, but I don't think we have any right now.
Are you saying, Sandra, that we don't have any material change restraints at the moment?
It is a new definition. It wasn't in there before, and there wasn't any discussion about material change before.
Okay, then I think Aaron's suggestion ought to be controlling. I like his language better.
Good. And might I suggest if people want to weigh in on a suggested time limit, if any, as we go forward? Mary and then Bob. Mary?
Thank you for the suggestion, Aaron. So the question that arose for me is significant to whom? So my suggestion would be to define that by redefining material change to as determined by a supermajority of council. Because significant is a subjective term, so we need to define it. Just because it would be a significant change to me may not be a significant change to Rachel. So that's my proposal.
Okay. So does that impact Aaron's suggestion, or is that in addition to Aaron's suggestion?
I'm fine with Aaron's suggestion, but I don't know what significant means. So I'm proposing to define significant by defining material change to be something as determined by a supermajority of council. So if a supermajority of council agrees that a material change has occurred through a vote, then that's significant.
May I ask why supermajority and not just a majority?
Because we would be relitigating.
Okay, all right, Bob.
Three things. Aaron, could you read your language again?
So a material change in law or fact means a change significant enough that it may cause one or more council members to change their vote.
So I'm fine with Aaron's language. I think it's self-defining the way Aaron has read it. So I'm fine with exactly what Aaron said without amendment. I agree with Rachel. 15 minutes sounds prescriptive and kind of finite. I guess I would just substitute the word brief. CAC can decide what brief means. I don't think we need to put a time limit on it, but just I think the intention was is not be a lengthy discussion. And then finally, I caught a typo. It's Sandra. It's in section 4 of the procedures. I think it's item number 10. The new language, the word reschedule, which is underlined, is misspelled.
Thank you.
Page 7. That's all I have.
Thanks, Bob. Rachel, and then I'll come back with the question to Mary. Rachel.
Thanks for that suggestion, Aaron. So one is a question, and this might be for Bob, my engagement subcommittee co-member, but when we already changed some rules on actionable items under matters. My question is, did we leave any wiggle room for emergencies? Because this language does not.
Yeah, I thought, thanks, Rachel. I'll just jump in here. I thought we did leave room, a little bit of room for emergencies. I thought the actual language gave a little bit of flexibility. Sandra, can you just kind of pull that right up?
I think that's right.
Yeah.
I thought it did give a little bit. It has an escape hatch for.
So maybe
Under matters, it says all decisions shall be made either after a public hearing or on consent. Matters items are for informational purposes only. No actionable items shall be raised under matters. Is that what you're referring to?
Yeah, and so it's, I guess if it's upon a public hearing, as long as we can do that under matters, but and I don't have the language right in front of me, I'm sorry. I can try and get it back up. But I didn't read a ton of wiggle room, so I just wanted to see if we needed a little more clear escape hatch for future council's understanding.
Well, there isn't any mention of emergencies right now. It's really only, that decisions can be made either after a public hearing or on the consent agenda.
And so
it's pretty tight.
I saw you nodding, Sam. Maybe you think that's a sufficient escape hatch.
Well, I was going to ask in the summary, Sandra, you have need to identify in advance. Is that like a hard line that we have to identify something in advance to even bring it up under matters? Because that I would want to soften and then move on to Rachel's point, which is if we have a public hearing under matters, we can act under matters, right?
Yeah, that's the way that I would read it, that it would be, you'd have a public hearing under matters or on the consent, just have it on the consent agenda.
Yeah,
that's
so
the way I would read it.
The way we've talked about this in the past was if we talk about something under matters and want to take a vote, if we have plenty of time, we were going to put that on consent for the next meeting with the consent agenda. I think the escape hatch is that we can have a public hearing under matters. It's not elegant, and it would only be, if we didn't have time in order to punt it to a future meeting under consent. So I just wanted to see, it sounded to me, and I read it, that we could do it if we had a public hearing under matters, so we could consider something quickly. But the need to identify in advance, how strict is that requirement?
Yeah, I don't see any mention of that in there right now. So I could make it clearer by saying all decisions shall be made either after a public hearing under matters or on the consent agenda, and then add something in there about notice. But there isn't anything in there right now.
Okay, so I was just reading the summary on that. As long as there's nothing that restricts us from doing a hearing under matters, I think we have an escape hatch. But I think the preference should be it's identified in advance, and it says that in the summary, and we put it on consent unless it's an exceptional circumstance. And then I have Bob and Rachel. Bob?
I think there's a leftover hand.
Oh, okay. Rachel?
Yep, I was getting ready to go look at the language. So my last question was, there's some, I don't know what number it was under, but we talk about rules of decorum and tether a lot of that to disruption, like if there's something that's causing disruption. And I didn't see a definition of disruption, so I don't know if that's pulled in from elsewhere, but if if like the mayor may interrupt somebody if they are disrupting the meeting or something like that, I think as the mayor, it might be helpful for Sam to know, like, what is that definition? And it may be that it's in state statute or somewhere else in our code, but I just need to clarify.
It's not. So this all came from case law, from First Amendment law, and so it's not clearly defined what that is. It's I think the way that I've seen it described in these cases is that it actually prevents the meeting from continuing. So it's an actual disruption. It's not just perceived disruption. It's actual disruption.
So I might recommend that we clarify what that means so that members of the public can know what would cause a disruption, and somebody in 10 years who's in Sam's seat knows what that means too.
I think I'll just weigh in here, Sandra. I think the way you said it, that it prevents the meeting from continuing, is perfect, because especially in chambers, that's probably pretty clear. If somebody's yelling and, standing in front of the dais waving their arms, it's going to be a disruption. So maybe if we could just define disruption as any actions that prevent the meeting from continuing.
Okay, I can make that change.
So I think these are all clear, except I want to come back to material change. And Bob, you weighed in favor of what Aaron said. And Aaron, yours did not have a vote standard. And I believe what Mary was doing was proposing that 5 council members have to agree that it was a material change that could have affected the vote. Is that correct?
Well, if I could clarify, I think the material change definition is what it takes to suggest that we discuss it in the first place.
Okay.
Right. So you're not even supposed to bring it to council's attention unless it's a material change. And then, and it is subjective, but I don't think there's any way around that. But that if it does seem like a change significant enough to cause a vote, then you could propose it, and then council would decide by a vote whether or not it did actually constitute material change and deserve a rehearing.
Okay. Mary, do you have any thoughts about that?
Yes, Aaron, would you please read through your proposed language again, just to make sure that I didn't really write it down the first time. So.
Yeah, can you do it slowly too? So I can try and capture it too.
I flipped away. Here we go. A material change in law or fact means a change significant enough that it may cause one or more council members to change their vote.
And I guess, Aaron, if I'm interpreting it correctly, a single council member could say, I believe this is a material change because it would have caused me to change my vote. And that's one or more, right? So, and then that pretty much means that there will be a discussion if that council member wants it. So should we have a vote at that time when somebody's proposing to bring it up? So should council weigh in, like 5 of us think that is material enough to have a discussion?
You certainly could do it that way. I mean, it's going to require at least a little bit of discussion to have that vote in the first place.
Right, for sure.
So it seems like, I mean, you could have a threshold vote for was it material, and then if it was material, another vote to decide whether to actually bring it back for another decision.
So I think at CAC, maybe the way to handle one of these suggestions at CAC is schedule it under matters, for 15 minutes or 10 minutes, discuss it and decide if we want to put it on. So make it a scheduling decision for all of council, because I'm not sure CAC should schedule something until we've heard from all of council. So I'm okay with that change the way it is, as long as we know how we're going to handle it. So I think at least for this council, that's clear enough. Rachel?
Yeah, I'm sorry to beat this point, but I'm back under number 6, matters from city manager. And I mean, the language is that if I'm looking at the right thing, it says all decisions shall be made after a public hearing or on the consent agenda, which sounds good. But then the next 2 sentences are matters items are for informational purposes only. No actionable items shall be raised under matters. And I think that sentence is what gives me concern, that no actionable items shall be raised under matters, because I think we thought there'd be emergency situations where they could be raised and it wouldn't only be informational in a small percentage of times. So just want to make sure that we were clearing that, not just tweaking the other sentence, but making sure that we were all on the same page on those 2 sentences too.
Thank you. Mary, and then Bob, and then I'll go.
Yeah, I agree with Rachel, because kind of one of the reasons that we're even having some of these conversations is because we were voting under matters. So I agree with Rachel's point. And I mean, sometimes we do. It was the how do we vote under matters that came into question. So I agree with Rachel on that one. And then going back to the previous conversation, I think I understand now Aaron's proposal. I'm fine with that language as proposed by Aaron. And as long as there's a conversation prior to having the material, asserting that there is a material change, in fact, by a initial vote, and then going ahead and having the discussion. So I guess you have to cross the threshold of agreeing that it is a material change.
Yeah, I think that's right. And so Mary and Rachel, just to make sure that we're all clear, you're suggesting striking the sentences about bringing up items under matters that say, right?
Well, I guess I at least wanted us to soften it, which was my initial concern, and why I was wanting to check in on what the engagement committee had decided on. But I don't think matters are always only for informational purposes. I thought we wanted to say in an emergency, it could happen. Otherwise, we need to be pushing things to consent and scheduling for hearings at a future date. So something that, I don't know if they have to be stricken, but sometimes that will happen, I think. And so building in the wiggle room. I don't have proposed language, I'm sorry.
No, and I think I agree. And I think that Sam's suggestion to strike the last 2 sentences.
I can read that back for you if you'd like it. The last 2 sentences read, matters items are for informational purposes only. No actionable items shall be raised under matters.
I don't think it should be that strict. No routine matters shall be raised, no routine items shall be raised under matters, or something like that, because I think what we're trying to preserve is the flexibility to do something that needs to be done quickly for some reason. So but I do agree that generally speaking, we don't want to raise items under matters. We want them scheduled by CAC.
And we want to have a hearing.
Okay, so
if
how
we're going to
about
vote on it?
Matters items are primarily for informational purposes only. And then the second sentence, I don't know. I don't.
Could I propose something?
Sure.
That second sentence said no actionable items shall be raised under matters unless an item is time sensitive. Did you say that?
There you go. I like that.
What was the last word? Unsensitive?
Unless
Time
an
sensitive.
item is time sensitive.
Oh, time sensitive.
All right. So Mary, are you complete with your comments? Okay, Bob, and then Aaron. Bob?
I think most of my suggestions have been subsumed in these other comments. I would actually just take out that last sentence, because I think oftentimes items will be raised under matters that will ultimately be actionable. So I'm not sure what that last sentence does. I think that this is the place where we raise things that may subsequently be actionable. So I would just take it out entirely. I don't think I think that the first sentence about decisions should be made after public hearing or consent agenda is the important part. The matters are primarily for informational purposes only is gratuitous. I don't think we need that, but if you want to say primarily, that's fine. And I would take out no actionable items, because I think actually most matters are going to be actionable items ultimately.
Okay, very good. Hang on one second. Rachel.
I was just gonna propose, like, going back to the first sentence, and I'm sorry that we are really quibbling over words here, but made after a public hearing, or ideally move to the next consent agenda or on a future consent agenda, or some language like that, so that we are clear that our goal is not to have the hearing that night, but that you would, as Bob said, you would bring up an actionable item, but the goal would be to schedule it for a future date. So maybe in the first sentence, you could say, ideally on a future public hearing.
So
Rachel,
what I,
I'm sorry, can I, if I may just suggest, in the sentence, I just read a sentence where it said the first part of that underlined section, where it says, all decisions shall be made either after a public hearing or on the consent agenda. I think that covers what you're trying to accomplish, Rachel. Am I misreading that sentence?
No, I think, I'm sorry, I'm eating too. I just meant also like that the ideal would not be a public hearing at that time. It would be at a later date. So that's all I was trying to get at, is ideally it would be on the consent agenda at a future meeting rather than that night at 10 p.m. or 11 p.m. after a public hearing.
I think ideally, again, is a subjective thing, because if it is some sort of a time sensitive matter, ideally it would make sense to have the public hearing that night. So I think it's covered with that sentence without the term ideally, because ideally, again, depending on what's going on, is a hearing then or later.
Fair enough. I'll stop talking about that whole section. Thank you.
Okay, so Sandra, can you summarize what changes that have been made?
yes. Why don't I try and share my screen so that you all can see what I have, okay?
Excellent, thank you.
It says host disabled participant screen sharing. Can I get permission to do that, please?
Yes, Sandra, I just made you a co-host, so you should have full control.
Okay, great, thank you. Okay, can you see that? Oh, that's not the wrong one, isn't it?
We can see a screen. It says you're viewing Sandra Yones's screen.
Okay, so does it look like the rules?
Yes.
Yes, that was, so yes, we've got matters from city manager up right now.
Okay, great. So this is the one that we were just talking about, and I had inserted some language in here, and I can certainly take it out. It's in red right now. It says all decisions shall be made either after a public hearing under matters identified in advance or on the consent agenda. Matters items are primarily for informational purposes only. No actionable items shall be raised under matters unless an item is time sensitive.
So I have a comment on that. I don't think the words identified in advance are helpful here. I think if we want to say all decisions shall be made either after a public hearing under matters or preferably on the consent agenda. Because that's what Rachel, I think, was trying to get at, is that we would preferably do it on a consent agenda, but if we needed to, we could do it under matters after a public hearing. Okay,
Okay.
Aaron?
Well, I feel like maybe this isn't being firm enough about avoiding public hearings under matters. Because it's saying it's either a public hearing under matters or preferably on the consent agenda. Before it was said it should be made after, I think, a public hearing where it was implying a regularly scheduled public hearing, not under matters.
But it says under matters.
Well, but I thought the idea was the decision should be made after a regularly scheduled public hearing or on the consent agenda, at least primarily, except for in emergencies when you could do something under matters.
Isn't that what the last sentence says? No actionable item shall be raised under matters unless an item is time sensitive. Maybe you'd like it, no actionable item shall be decided under matters unless an item is time sensitive.
Well, I'm just saying that the new language about all decisions shall be made either after a public hearing under matters doesn't take into account that we primarily want to do it under regularly scheduled public hearings.
Do you have suggested language?
Well, I would not do the under matters language. I thought we were fine before that with the time sensitive language added at the end.
But the point of saying, I mean, this is about matters from the city manager. Presumably we want this language under the city attorney and mayors as well, mayor and members of council. All decisions shall be made either after a public hearing under matters or preferably on the consent agenda. Matters items are primarily for informational purposes. We should probably strike only in that sentence. No actionable items shall be raised under matters unless an item is time sensitive. So are you afraid that this implies that we want to have decisions under matters?
Yes, I feel like the wording is vague enough that it's sort of saying it's okay to do a public hearing under matters, even with the time sensitive language at the end.
Again, well, I don't agree with that, but that's fine. Bob.
Yeah, I guess I'm kind of with Aaron a little bit. I think these three sentences can be collapsed into one and make it proscriptive rather than permissive. I think it should say, I think all three sentences should say following: no decisions shall be made under matters unless time sensitive. That's all I would say.
Okay, but shouldn't we also require a public hearing? So shouldn't you comment in some way on the public hearing aspect of that?
Well, I think we can add that if we want to. I think it's been our tradition, and maybe we can say it out loud, or maybe it's already in the rule somewhere, that we don't make decisions typically unless there's a public hearing. We can add that if you'd like to, but I think the informational purposes is gratuitous. I don't think it helps. I think actionable items will be raised under matters, so I would take that out entirely. I just think we should say what we're trying to do is we're trying to not. I think all decisions shall be made under matters under public hearings or preferably consent agenda. It is actually not true, because maybe it might be preferably under public hearing. So I think we need to flip it over and say what we don't want. We don't want decisions made under matters unless time sensitive. And if you want to say, and in such case, only following a public hearing, you could say that if you wanted to. I think that gets to Rachel's point, and I think it gets to Aaron's point, and takes out a bunch of stuff that I don't think we need.
Aaron, do you have something else?
No, that sounds, as earlier, and that sounds good to me, Bob's approach.
Sandra, do you need Bob to restate that?
Yes, please, if you can. I can't hear you, Bob. You're muted.
Sorry. No decisions shall be made under matters unless time sensitive, comma, and then only after public hearing. That's it. then I would take everything else out.
Do you want to, as long as we're trying to capture this for future councils, Bob, do you want to say anything about items raised under matters being typically or preferentially decided at a future consent agenda?
Well, I don't know that that's necessarily true. I think somebody raises something under matters and council says, yeah, we should talk about that in a future meeting. That future meeting could be a public hearing. It could be a consent agenda. I don't know. I don't know if it's preferentially consent versus a public hearing. It depends.
Okay, I get it. Okay.
But to your point, Sam, if I may colloquy, we could also say, you know, the ideal solution there, not sorry, unideal, but some language that the way to make that happen is to schedule what was just brought up under matters by CAC at a future either consent or public hearing. Or just CAC.
My guess is that's implied. I mean, because we could also schedule something under matters, right? That we do sometimes do, which is say, how do you want to schedule this for a public hearing? And I don't think we need a public hearing to figure out how we're going to schedule something for a public hearing. So I agree with Bob. Why don't we just leave it as Bob's suggestion? No decision shall be made under matters unless time sensitive, and then only after a public hearing. That leaves us latitude. All right.
And then, so just so I'm clear, the then only after a public hearing is, the hearing would be scheduled in the future, right? It wouldn't be happening at the same time.
It could happen at the same time or be scheduled.
Okay, because I don't know if that's clear, but I'm not sure that's implied. It could be then only after a public hearing, either at the meeting or at a future meeting, or I don't know. But if you don't think that's a concern, then that's fine. And then the other thing I just want to mention is at the very top here, I just want to point out that it does say no final decision may be made under this item or item 7, matters from city attorney or matters from mayor and members of council. So just to point that out.
I think you take that out now. I think the whole rule is the new language in red at the bottom.
Okay, but
go ahead, Sandra.
Well, I was just going to say the way the rule reads right now is that it does apply to under matters from city attorney and matters from mayor and members of council. Do you not want it to apply to those areas as well?
Why don't you change the heading, say matters from city manager or matters from actually it's matters. I think you take out the words at the very top. No final decision may be made under this item or under 7. I think the title is matters from city manager, matters from city attorney, matters from mayor and member of council. That's your heading. And then it's a 1-sentence rule that says no decision shall be made.
Okay, but that changes number 8 then, because we have its own separate heading for city attorney under 7 and mayor and members of council under 8.
But those are different things.
So, right, those are different things. Why don't you just copy this language under matters from city attorney and under matters from mayor and members of council? Because I think this part of it, this no decision shall be made under matters, actually belongs in all 3 places. And we have more detail under mayors and member of council.
Okay, I'm just going to go ahead and do it now so that you all can see and then make sure that it's what you want it to be. Does that look right?
I might put under 8, I might put it at the end rather than the beginning, but that would be my only further suggestion.
And so, yeah, going back to this, I wanted to make sure I got this right too, because there was a lot of back and forth in terms of the way material change is defined. Means, let's see here.
I think that's what we landed on.
Yeah.
Mark?
Wait. Sorry, go ahead, Mark.
The only thing that's troubling me is what's the definition of time sensitive? And I think of it more in terms of what, something that cannot be accommodated through our standard procedures. Almost anything can be defined as time sensitive if it's something we want.
Well, I believe that something here would require 5 council members or a majority of council members present to agree that it needs to be voted on that night, right? So you have a check and balance and that it's going to be discussed. And if somebody wants to have the vote that night, I think a majority of members present would need to support that.
All right.
I just put in some language. I don't know if you're interested in it or not.
Yeah.
Under after, unless time sensitive as determined by a majority of members present.
Okay.
Aaron, I see your hand again. Is that a leftover?
No, it was, I think we're missing a word, a material change in law or fact. I think we want to eliminate means and say material change in law or fact is one that is significant enough. Yeah, I think, thank you.
Okay. So with these changes, are council members prepared to move on to the other consent items or to take a vote? All
There's
right.
also the change for rules of decorum, which I'll make sure and add Rachel's suggestion that defines what disruption means
Okay.
as any action preventing the meeting from continuing.
All right. Very good. I figured there would be some discussion on this one. I just underestimated it. Alicia, I believe that we are finished with that item. And we have the 2 other items under consent. So I think we're ready for a motion. Aaron,
I'll move the consent agenda with item 2A as amended.
Rachel.
Okay.
Okay, we've got a motion and a second. And Alicia, I believe this is a roll call, correct?
Yes, sir, it is. Councilmember Friend,
Aye.
Nagel,
Aye.
Swetlick,
Yes.
Wallach,
Aye.
Weaver,
Yes.
Yates,
Yes.
Young,
Yes.
and Brockett.
Aye.
Mayor, the consent agenda is approved as amended.
Awesome. Thank you very much.
Our next item will be item 3A, our call-up check-in. It will be the vacation of a 1,078 square foot portion of a sanitary sewer easement and a 1.925 square foot portion of a utility easement at 5395 Pearl Parkway, ADR 2021-00071.
Very good. Thank you. Does anyone have any interest in calling this up? Great. Seeing none, I think we can move on to the next item.
Very good. Next, we have our public hearing. Item 4A is a consideration of a concept plan review for the redevelopment of a 9.27 acre property located at 3320 28th Street and 3265 and 3267 30th Street as a mixed-use development, which includes a ground floor retail along 28th Street and a proposed Street A ground floor amenity space, an upper story workforce, and permanently affordable apartments. There are 2 options proposed. The first option includes a 177 workforce apartments within 5 buildings and with 9,942 square feet of amenity space, a shared deck, and a clubhouse, and 58 permanently affordable apartments. The second option matches the first, but includes additional residential units with approximately 195 workforce apartments and 64 permanently affordable apartments. It also includes a fourth story on one of the buildings with an additional roof deck, reviewed under case number LUR 2021-00011.
Excellent.
Thank you, Mayor. And at this point, I'll invite Elaine McLaughlin to come up.
Very good. Thank you. And good evening, everyone. So for this evening, I'm going to start by sharing my screen and hopefully it's going to boot up okay. Might take a second here. There's quite a bit to cover this evening, surprisingly, on this particular concept plan. So hopefully we'll get through it relatively quickly. Can you see my screen at this point?
Let me see.
And the presentation.
I can, yes.
Excellent. Very good. And you're seeing the presentation and not the rest of the notes or anything, is that correct? Because it's a new setup here.
It says, yeah, it's just the presentation right now. It doesn't look like it's in presentation mode. It has the PowerPoint header across the top still.
Very good. I am gonna give this another go. Technical difficulties at the moment. Let's see.
It's coming up. Oh, no. We can see the substance, Elaine. If you just want to proceed with this, it's probably okay.
Yep, very good. I will go ahead and do that. So I'll just flip through some of these slides. I'm gonna go ahead and also I think it'd be helpful first off just to review concept plan review and why we're here this evening. It's really intended to give applicants some feedback on a concept plan, and city staff and planning board have already done this. At this point, there's no formal action for approval or denial on the application. And generally, we like to take a look at the built context, and we'll go into transportation and planning context, and we're going to summarize the project for key issues that we'll ask council some feedback on. So for the planning context, it's instructive to take a look at the broad comprehensive plan level. And in this case, the sites within a defined center where infill redevelopment and higher intensity is anticipated, and that's compared to established residential neighborhoods. Then in terms of transportation context, the site is connected to multi-use paths and on-street bike routes that connect throughout the city. And there's planned connections near the site that you can see for multi-use paths that are shown in that green dash. And then it's also important to note the site's well served by buses. There's a dozen or more bus stops within a 2-block area of the site. 28th Street is considered a transit corridor. The 205, 208, the Bolt, and the Bound, you can see circumnavigates around the site, so well served by buses. The North 28th Street Transportation Network Plan was adopted for this area, and it shows that there's some planned connections through the site, and there were a couple of alternatives that were also adopted as part of that connections plan. The comp plan land use designation is community business, and that's where uses are noted as predominantly commercial, but where feasible, multiple uses, including housing, will be encouraged. There's also policies that would encourage housing and infill as well. And we'll talk a little bit about that during key issue 1. The site's zoned BC1, which is business community 1, and the density is based on 1,200 square feet of open space per dwelling unit, attached residential is permitted by right, except on the ground floor, in this case, where it requires a use review. And then in BC1, restaurants and retail uses are allowed by right, but office can only make up 50% of the total area. And then it's important to note that both BC1 and BC2 zoning are considered to be consistent under the business community land use. And we'll talk more about this as well in key issue 1. It relates to some options on how to proceed with the concept plan. The site surroundings are varied, and this sort of spreads it all out in the surroundings of the site. It includes multifamily to the south, east, and north. And there's also freestanding office buildings and restaurants that surrounded the site. Europa University buildings to the east along 30th. The bulk of the Diagonal Plaza Shopping Centers east of the site, that was originally developed in 1960, during the 1960s. Across 28th Street's the Safeway and Willow Springs shopping centers. And then south of the site, there's an inline retail building along with a medical building and an auto dealership. So then when we zoom into the 9.2 acre site itself, it's roughly an L shape. And it primarily consists of large, somewhat deteriorated surface parking lots, along with a retail building that currently houses a Walgreens on the north side. And then there's a vacant Sports Authority on the south. The south portion of the site itself is occupied by Boulder Housing Partners. It's diagonal court townhomes that are, there's 30 permanently affordable apartments along with a community center and a playground. And then this slide illustrates how the site's a separate ownership from the rest of the retail buildings that comprise Diagonal Plaza Shopping Center. As you can see, there's multiple property owners, and this has been acknowledged as one of the primary challenges for why the center's not been able to redevelop over time. For the project, the applicant's proposing to infill the parking lots with a mixed-use residential that also connects to the existing BHP property on the south. You can also see that there's 2 east-west streets and a north-south connector around which there's 7 buildings proposed. And they're comprised of ground floor retail and amenity spaces along the streets and residential above, along with structured and tuck under parking. And then you can see there's a central community garden and park. And it's designed to have buildings built up in a relatively urban configuration up to the street. The applicant presented a couple different options in their packet, and both include ground floor retail and amenity spaces. But for that option 2, they're utilizing a part of the 4th floor on the north end of building 5, and that would generate 18 additional residential units. And then there's also 6 additional residential units on, rather on-site affordable units in building 6 and 7 in this option 2. Option 1 results in about 235 residential units, 58 of which would be on-site permanently affordable. And option 2 plans to utilize the 4th story and would result in 259 residential units, of which 64 would be on-site permanently affordable. So for key issue 1, the number of dwelling units proposed currently, as shown, it exceeds the zoning. Yet, given that the site's considered a catalyst site that we'll talk a little bit about, council's asked to help understand what options might exist to allow the number of residential units to move ahead. Under the BC1 zoning and the plan configuration today, the applicant could do about 56 units total, so a fraction of what they're proposing. So to get to the minimum 235 BC1 zoning would require 6.5 acres of open space, or 2/3 of the site, as you can see on the right there. And because we cap things at 55 feet, there has to be some other mechanism to increase density to get to this level of number of dwelling units on the site. And so that in that regard, as we've noted, the comp plan not only recognizes Diagonal Plaza as a center where redevelopment is anticipated, policy 5.10 specifically notes that Diagonal Plaza is essentially an opportunity site where the city would support revitalization strategies that are unique to that site. So to that end, and in 2011, some of you may have been around for this, the council utilized the assistance of an Urban Land Institute Technical Advisory Panel, or a ULI TAP. And that was intended to provide recommendations on how best to redevelop and revitalize the site. And given the fragmented ownership. And the TAP looked at a range of options and put forth a preferred incremental approach for a mixed use redevelopment to allow it to develop sort of over time, so to speak, and in cooperation with Boulder housing partners. So that was their recommendation 10 years ago. And that's not unlike what the concept plan approach is that we're looking at this evening. So then, are there comprehensive plan policies that would support having residential in this location? And of course, we point to policy 110, jobs housing balance, that indicates the city will seek opportunities to improve the balance of jobs and housing, and that this will be accomplished by encouraging new housing in mixed use neighborhoods and areas close to where people work, and encouraging transit-oriented developments in appropriate locations. And as shown in the slide, it's essentially a heat map that illustrates the intensity of jobs within a half-mile radius and up to 2 miles. And so you can see it captures quite a number of jobs. And then similarly, policy 711 indicates the city will explore policies and programs to increase housing for Boulder workers and their families by fostering mixed use and multifamily development in proximity to transit, employment, or services, and by considering the conversion of commercial land to allow for future residential. So these policies really highlight the city's desire to create opportunities for mixed use and multifamily through conversion of commercial and industrial land to residential, as is the case here. Then policy 2.16 for mixed use and higher density development help to target what locations may be appropriate, as it indicates the city's desire to encourage well-designed mixed use and higher density that incorporates a substantial amount of affordable housing, including commercial centers in proximity to multimodal and transit corridors. And so in this case, there's not only jobs in proximity to the site, but as we've talked about, there's transit, and nearby there's bike lockers and car share facilities, as well as pedestrian facilities. So policy 2.16 also notes the city's openness to creating new zoning districts, revisions to FARs or open space and parking requirements to achieve this mixed use. So in an effort to achieve a maximum number of residential units on this catalyst site, including building out all 25% of the permanently affordable units on the site, the applicant suggested rezoning to a higher intensity, and among the suggestions was MU4. So staff noted that it would be a logical rezoning, as it's contextually pretty similar to what 30 Pearl and Boulder Junction context used to be. It had broad underutilized parking lots and essentially vacant buildings that's near transit, near multi-use paths and retail. Staff also notes, though, with regard to MU4, that it would require a comp plan land use change. And so that process could be done concurrently. There is a process for that at any time with a rezoning, along with site and use review. And it's important to note that at planning board, some of the members of the board and members of the public felt a process shouldn't be onerous to try and achieve building residential in Boulder. Another suggestion from the applicant was to look at rezoning to higher density BC2. And in that regard, both BC1 and BC2 are the zoning districts that essentially implement the business or community business land use. BC2 would allow up to 3 times the number of units as BC1 because it allows 400 square feet of open space per dwelling unit if it's a mixed use development. The challenge with simply rezoning to BC2 is that the rezoning criteria expects a comprehensive planning process of the present and future land use allocations. That's the stated desire in the rezoning criteria. And the criterion that mostly is applied in the city is number 6. The applicant demonstrates that rezoning is necessary to come into compliance with the BBCP map. So because BC2 is already in compliance with the comp plan map, this criteria can't apply in this case. So there's really not a clear path to get them to a BC2 zoning. So given that during the planning board discussion, it was discussed maybe looking at a potential code change that would add rezoning criteria to allow for a rezoning in a circumstance like this, where there's higher intensity zoning that's already in compliance with the land use. But staff notes that such a code change would require an in-depth analysis of all circumstances or unintended consequences, and that could actually be a fairly onerous and challenging project that would essentially just be intended to address this site. There is another option that was discussed briefly at planning board as a means to achieve higher density mixed use on the site, and that was through a special ordinance. It would be a strategy unique to the site for this type of catalytic project at Diagonal Plaza, and it would be consistent with that policy 510 that we talked about. And then in addition, provision of on-site affordable housing in partnership with the city's affordable housing provider could be viewed as fulfilling some of these core values. So then for key issue 2 regarding site planning and architecture, staff noted in the memo that the proposed configuration of the streets is in keeping with both the Main Street approach that the ULI TAP recommended and also the modified grid essentially that's shown in the North 28th Street network plan. And then with regard to architecture, the building forward approach to the concepts also in keeping with the TAP recommendation for a Main Street. And that is that it had buildings shown up to the, built up to the street with new low speed north-south streets and a relatively urban configuration as are shown in some of these images. And that would infill those broad existing parking lots with ground floor retail space and then upper stories of residential. So staff notes that infilling the parking lots are in keeping with other BBCP policies and are critical not only to achieve the density, but also be able to build a sense of place. So in that regard, staff had recommended refining some of the proposed configurations on the south side to better relate to the existing BHP diagonal court townhomes. And as currently shown, there's a strong visual terminus. If you look at coming from 28th Street as you enter the site, which is a significant improvement to today, obviously, but the closer you get to the site and the park, there's also surface parking, and that moves into the essentially the BHP diagonal court townhomes property. And so if you render that as a diagram, it helps to illustrate that that wonderful community park amenity would essentially be ringed by parking roadways. And so staff would recommend the applicant consider looking at a means to weave these sites together. And I know the applicant has expressed interest in maybe rejiggering that plan a little bit to make it more better knit together and place buildings to frame the open space. It would allow units to have additional tuck under parking or maybe having carports with solar, something like that. And then just regarding the early architectural concepts, renderings presented by the applicant illustrate attractive and contemporary forms. Staff had suggested maybe instead of relatively boxy forms and structures that the applicant emphasized some of the precedent images that were presented that show pitched roofs just to provide some variation of the built environment. There's other residential nearby that have pitched roofs, but a contemporary interpretation would be appropriate. And then given that the sites within the Appendix J of the Land Use Code where the applicant can request modifications to the height standard, again, hopefully there's some impetus to provide a pitched roof. So then that concludes staff's presentation. There's a few issues to guide the discussion. Most importantly is their support through the comp plan poll goals and policies for mixed use and higher density residential through a land use change or rezoning or these other mechanisms. And then does council have any other feedback for the applicant on the site plan and architecture? So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Elaine, I will just start by saying that was an extremely efficient presentation. You walked us through a bunch of issues very thoroughly and quickly. So thank you for that. Aaron.
Yeah, I'll echo that. Thanks, Elaine. It was a great presentation. It was illustrated the key issues very well. Just one question for you. The potential for that special ordinance to vary the open space requirements. Do you see any hurdles in doing that? Is that really just a policy choice for council, or would there be any problems that staff would see with taking that approach?
Well, we've not really dug into that a whole lot. However, special ordinances have been used from time to time, and it's generally intended to fulfill a policy, a BVCP policy or policies. And in this case, it would probably be oriented towards that policy 510 or 1.10. And there's various examples that we can go over of special ordinances, but it would be site specific, and that would be probably the more attractive approach or mechanism in this case, given that those other approaches are fairly involved processes with land use change as well as rezoning.
Great, that's helpful. Yeah, I know the council has in the past done special ordinances for particular circumstances. So I guess as long as we were able to justify it by showing how it ties to comp plan policies, then that's something that we could proceed with if council wanted to. Great, thank you.
Thank you, Aaron. Mary, and then I'll go. Mary.
Thanks, Sam. Just a question that came to mind as the previous discussion regarding the special ordinance. So the issue with adding that 7th point with respect to being able to switch the zoning because it's already the same land use, or to go to MU4 with a land use map change. Would it be possible at all, or how could you use an ordinance in a kind of a bridge manner to get you to the comp plan update where a land use map change could be made?
And by that, Mary, are you referring to a land use map change to something like a mixed use land use that would be adapted?
Right. To go to a mixed use, because right now the ordinance that would make sense would be to change the zoning specifically for this site.
Yeah.
So I was just wondering if there's a way to create an ordinance that would bridge it to the comp plan update and do a land use map change.
Yeah, that's something that we hadn't entertained, but I think that's something worth exploring and talking about a little bit further. I don't know if City Attorney's Office or if Hella Penowig's available to talk about the mechanism to get us there.
Yeah, if you're talking about actually rezoning the property and changing the zoning designation and everything that comes with it, then I would recommend that you follow the process that's set out in the code with the land use map change that precedes that. And we do have that process in existence. You wouldn't need a special ordinance for that.
Okay, thank you, Hella. That's all I had. Thank you.
Great, and I just have follow-ups on what Mary had asked about. So Hella, just to be clear on your answer to Mary, you were saying if we walked through the rezoning to MU4 and then do the land use map change, that's going to be about as much work as doing a special ordinance. Is that correct?
Yeah, I'd say so. You would run the land use map change parallel to the rezoning change. That's what's anticipated in the process. So that could be done at the same time as a development review application that comes in. And the same is true for a special ordinance. I would imagine that we would run that parallel with the development review process as well. So you would see what the project is that's being proposed and then tie the ordinance to that particular project.
Excellent. And if we did the first option, which is land use change and MU4 rezoning, that could all come forward with the site plan review. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. All right. And then just to ask a question about spot zoning and the concern about spot zoning, would doing the land use change and the rezoning be a little less vulnerable to a charge of spot zoning than a special ordinance?
Yes, it might be. With the special ordinance, we would, I think, just waive specific standards, but in general, keep the zoning in place. So I wouldn't consider it a rezoning. And if we have a rational basis for that, tying it to the comp plan, I wouldn't be very concerned about it.
Okay, very good. And then the only other question I had for staff was about the connections plan. So you went pretty quickly through that, Elaine. Could you just give a little color to, are we comfortable with the way the connections are shaping up on the site? And do you think that you expect to have a really good connections plan at site plan review?
Yeah, in fact, for the primary connections, I think there were a couple of them that were shown coming from 28th Street into the site, and the applicants has shown that, along with a north north-south connection. So it's essentially just taking that grid pattern and sort of modifying it or twisting it a little bit. And it appears as though from the North 28th Street connections plan that there was support for changing it up a little bit. So they offered a couple alternatives. So in other words, staff felt like they had fulfilled that and actually addressed it pretty well.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Mark.
Yeah, thank you, Elaine. That was really very clear and concise. I appreciate it. Did I correctly see an early slide that dealt with the unit mix and average size of units, or did I imagine that?
I think that it had some of that information on one of the slides. Yeah.
Is it possible to pull that up?
I think I could. Yeah.
Or can you simply tell me what is contemplated in terms of the unit mix and size of units?
Yeah, and my understanding is it's everything from efficiency living units, 1, 2, and I believe 3-bedroom units, although the efficiency living units didn't exactly match how we would define efficiency living units. So they would have to go back, and I think the goal was to go ahead and make them efficiency living units.
Okay. Has there been any conversation with the applicant about creating any ownership units or different sort of mix of units as opposed to simple rentals?
I believe that conversation happened at planning board, and that would be great for the applicant to address in this context as well.
And this is about 25% of the Diagonal Plaza site, is it not?
Maybe roughly, yeah.
Okay. As we look at this project and hopefully move towards approval of it, what are the plans for planning for the bulk of the site? Obviously we're not going to hold this up for any area planning. Does it make sense to have some sort of area planning or some form of planning so that we understand what our objectives are with respect to the other 3/4 of the site?
Well, so that ULI TAP did provide some guidance on how to achieve that. And in fact, the incremental approach was found to be probably the least onerous given the fact that there are these multiple property owners. And that has been the challenge for decades, is the multiple property owners. So having this be essentially catalytic to incrementally do the rest of the site is probably the best step forward. Although, again, there were some recommendations in that ULA TAP report on how to continue to achieve the same type of or desired outcome of a mixed use and residential type of project in that location. But I think there was some discussion at planning board about area planning and the challenge there, of course, is that's a fairly robust and long-term process. And I think there was a lot of interest in trying to achieve something happen out there sooner than later. So I think absolutely it's worth the conversation with staff about how we could continue to look at the rest of Diagonal Plaza, but there is some pretty good guidance in that TAP report.
And well, two last things. One, have you seen the email circulated from Boulder Housing Network showing a couple of examples of really interesting design concepts for housing of this type? My interest here is can we get something other than just the boxy stacked flats that we see at Boulder Junction, which they are housing, but they are unimaginative. And this email presents a couple of examples, and I'm sure there are more, of dense urban housing that actually has some design to it. And so my question is, have you seen that? And has there been any conversation with the applicant about doing something other than box after box after box?
Yeah, so I've not seen that, but concept plan is a great opportunity to bring up these ideas, and applicant is up next, and I think that's a great question for them as well. But even having that opportunity to do a height modification and change up the roof line is a pretty good opportunity for this location since it's in that Appendix J area.
Okay, well, I'm hoping the applicant will look at that and try to do something that's a step above what we have seen in most projects to date, which is 4 slabs with a roof. I think there are opportunities here for better design. It's large enough to be able to do better design, and I'm hoping they will take that to heart in their planning process. Thank you. That's all I've got.
Great. And Mark, if you want to look at the slide deck, the unit mix is on slide 16. And then Mirabai and Bob. Mirabai.
Sam, just clarifying for right now, I mean, I have questions and some of them were along the lines of what Mark was just stating, but again, it's going to be, I guess, more for the applicant and more as a general statement of where we would like to see this going. So do you want us to hold those until after the open comment when we start discussing?
I think design issues should probably come after the applicant makes a presentation, but if you have any technical concerns or code concerns or comp plan concerns, now would be a good time for that.
Okay, yeah, I think most of mine are going to be for later, so I'll just hold them then.
Okay, very good. Bob?
I do have a technical or code question for Elaine. Then I'm trying to understand how this ties into Appendix J. I know that we're going to be talking about that later this evening. Let's say for sake of discussion that Appendix J expires on August 31. How will that affect at all this proposal?
Well, conceivably, at least for the maximum density proposal, that option 2, which did utilize the 4th floor of that building 5 for additional units. So essentially what it says is you wouldn't be able to achieve that number of units and in turn that number of on-site affordable units. So something worth thinking about. In terms of expiration of Appendix J, Hella, do you have any thoughts on how that could proceed or not?
Yeah, I think I'm going to have to look back at the last ordinance that was passed, but when we last extended Appendix J, I believe we added this site to Appendix J. So with Appendix J expiring, if it just expires, then the height modifications are available anywhere in the city.
Yeah.
Community benefit standards. But they're already, if I remember correctly, available on this site now based on the last ordinance. So I don't think there's.
Well, that was my understanding. Exactly the point, Hella, is that because this site was called out as being included in Appendix J, I'm trying to understand what happens if Appendix J expires on August 31. Does this site no? I'm very confused about Appendix J, and we're going to talk about that in about an hour and a half. But since we're talking about this one, I want to understand what the impact of Appendix J's expiration on August 31 would have on this site. And Elaine, it sounds like you're telling us that if Appendix J were to expire the option 2 with the 4th story would no longer be available. Is that right?
Well, actually, to Hella's point, you would be able to apply for a height modification if Appendix J expires. Correct, Hella?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. I am thoroughly and utterly confused about that. So I'm just going to let it go for now, and I'll talk about it in an hour or two when it comes up.
Okay, thank you, Bob. And I have one more question. You illustrated very well, Elaine, what the challenge is with the open space per dwelling unit, right? So we've known for a long time that standard is a real problem. And I believe that our use table review project is supposed to address that. So just, do you have any idea, is that in fact being addressed in the use table project? And if we completed that with this council, when do you anticipate the site plan application to come forward?
So in terms of the use table, I think Hella might be able to address that, or Carl Geiler later this evening, but the applicant may know what their timing is on the site review application. They've not revealed it to me per se, but I know that they're interested in moving forward if they get some pretty solid direction this evening.
I guess I'll ask it in a more general way, because I think this is a good way to highlight the importance of that project and completing it, is if we made the changes that are being contemplated in BC1, and I know that BC2 is different, would that alleviate the need for 6 acres of open space for this project? Is the intention of the changes that we're going to make sure that we don't run into this zoning challenge for BC1?
Yes, and I don't have the answer to that, Sam. I think that would be best directed to Carl. Generally speaking, the open space is not necessarily use oriented. And Charles, correct me if I'm wrong. I saw you pop on here.
You're on mute, Charles. Sorry.
Sorry about that. Thanks. Carl is on the call. So Carl, would you be able to speak to the proposed code changes that would run with BC?
Yeah, if we're talking about changes to the open space requirements, that's less related to the use standards or the use table. It's more related to the community benefit project overall. We did have an intensity modification for the BC zones proposed in the last ordinance, where there could be either lot area waived or open space reduced for permanently affordable units. There was nothing in our work plan that related to just changing the BC zones relative to their open space requirements.
Thank you. That's clear. I appreciate that. Okay, I have no more questions. Any other council members with questions? If not, I guess we're ready for the applicant.
Hi, everybody. We're getting set up. Thank you for your time. Give us 1 second, and we'll share our screen. And I think that someone has to allow us to do so. Right now it says host participant screen sharing disabled.
Just give me just 1 second to do that. Where you are on my screen, it's not letting me do that for you from the screen. So let me find you on the list here.
Thank you, Brenda. Thank you, Brenda.
No worries.
And this is Bill with Coburn Architecture. We have a relatively short presentation. We try to keep it concise. Jarvi and Laura from TCR and BHP respectively will give you a little bit of an overview of what they're trying to accomplish with the project. We'll talk a bit more about the design, planning, and architecture. And then we'll talk a little bit at the end. Danica Powell will join us to talk a bit about the mechanism to get us to the full sorry, I'm trying to share the screen and talk at the same time, which clearly I shouldn't be doing, to the density that we're talking about. So let's see if this works. Okay.
We can see it now.
Okay, great.
Hello, everybody. My name is Jarvie Worcester, and I'm the Managing Director for Trammell Residential. I'll be brief. We have a team of experts that I want the ability to share a lot of detail, but I'm thrilled to be in front of you all talking about this property. I think many of you probably know how challenging this site is, how difficult it was to get under contract, in addition to some poorly documented easements, some underlying private covenants that we've been wrestling with. And so we're ecstatic to be at this stage of the process, and very grateful to the planning board and staff for the feedback we've received so far. At Trammell Residential, our goal here with this property is to revitalize, as you've seen in the photos Elaine presented, an extremely dilapidated retail center to provide community benefit for existing amenities, to provide workforce housing, and to also provide permanent affordable housing on property. And with that, as you've heard previously, we're ecstatic to be partnering with BHP on this project, not only geographically located approximate to their existing property, but just the partnership that we've been able to form to help facilitate the project. I know Laura is a familiar face for you all. I'm going to turn over the presentation to Laura, and then subsequently to our design team, so that Laura can provide a little bit of feedback on her thoughts on the opportunity.
Great, thank you, Jarvie, and good evening, city councilors, and thrilled to be here tonight. I'm Laura Scheinbaum, and I'm with Boulder Housing Partners, our Director of Real Estate Development. I'm going to zoom out for a minute just because I had the opportunity and great honor today to meet with HUD Secretary Marcia Fudge and Congressman Magoo's. They were both at BHP speaking today. And I was just really humbled by the work they were doing across the country to ease our affordable housing crisis, and was also reminded of the importance of being our sister's keeper and how we're truly doing that work when we collectively solve for housing issues in our community. So needless to say, I was very inspired, and that led tonight as we're talking about this project. Really happy to share my enthusiasm for this project, for the partnership, and being brought along with Jarvie and the Trammell Residential team. As we've discussed, we own those 30 permanently affordable units to the south. This project, as contemplated, really solves a lot of issues for that island property by transforming a blighted parking lot with, you'll see some new numbers tonight, but 60 to 70-ish new permanently affordable units, a community park, sidewalks that we often take for granted in most neighborhoods, but we don't have them here at Diagonal Court. So safe pedestrian access, defined vehicular access. This will truly become an on-site affordable campus for housing and services. And it's a tremendous solution in the making for our entire community and BHP's current and future residents. So thank you, we're excited and look forward to hearing your comments tonight.
Bill Hollicky with Coburn Architecture. So as Elaine mentioned, the site's really ideal for residential. It's well served by multimodal and bus routes, bike paths, sidewalks, and it is surrounded by residential fabric shown here in yellow. So the commercial core in gray doesn't have anything. We'd be introducing that residential, but it's supported by all of the fabric around it. So it continues that pattern through that core, which is what we've been trying to encourage in our community. As Elaine mentioned, one of the big problems here is that it's a super block. It's unbroken from 28th to 30th Street, from Iris to Glenwood, and we really have to start by dividing this up. So the transportation master plan gives us some clues to how to do that. Elaine brought it up. This is shown simplified, so it's a little bit easier to read. The east-west streets from 28th to 30th are critical. The north-south streets are shown as a little bit less critical in that TMP. And in fact, the western one, which Elaine showed multiple options for, they knew it was going to be a challenge when they wrote the TMP, because it goes right through the neighbor's building where the DMV mall is. If that road goes in, they essentially can't develop that property. So that's why those alternative TMP plans got into the Transportation Master Plan document. So we worked with staff and figured out a different way to approach this, which is essentially replacing that western road with a multimodal path. So you can still get from the BHP property to the south up to Iris and back. It's just it's bikes and peds, it's not cars. But those two east-west streets that connect the fabric of the 28th side to the 30th side are still there. So this matches, in staff's opinion, the intention of the TMP and still gets us the breakdown of the blocks. Does some other cool things too that we'll get to in a minute. But the other big challenge on this site was mentioned by a council member's question and Elaine. There are 14 ownership parcels here. The cross easements for access and utilities and parking and for stormwater are incredible. I've never seen anything like it. In yellow, you're seeing some of the highlights of that. And these are the most important access easements that are cross legally shared on all these parcels. They happen to be very, very similar to the TMP. Now, I'm sure the TMP took that into account when they wrote it. Also, they match the current circulation patterns to some extent. But it's kind of miraculous that with all this legal entrapment and entanglement and the TMP requirements, that we end up with a road structure that's very, very similar to the TMP. And in fact, works. So this is the new street map, and that street map then matches, or we can load the buildings in, and it matches the intent, which gets us to a final plan that breaks down that super block in the way the TMP envisioned. So proposed street A, as Elaine mentioned, runs into a community park as it bends, with the TMP assumed that it would bend up as it headed from west to east. And it gives you that, that focal point, that community park. Proposed street B runs right into that northern shopping center access on the north side of the big box stores. That creates this perception of a street pattern, even though some of it is still in access easements and it's still parking lot drives. But it does a really cool thing, which is it allows for future incremental development. So while this all works with the new streets, the big box stores on the north side now face what will be perceptually a street on B. On the south side on street A, they could add entrances on the south, or they could add some new smaller scale retail on the south and make that new street A. The south side of the DMV mall, which is that cool little restaurant right now, which currently opens onto a dirt parking lot, will now open onto a community park and a street, which is a huge improvement. So the south side is much improved. On the north side, now we have these parking lots between Iris and proposed street B, which could be redeveloped into anything residential very easily. So even if it doesn't change, it works great. If it does change, it can change incrementally in a way that fits with the assumptions of the TMP and best urban practices. So that's really exciting. You can see it here from an axon view. This is how this kind of street pattern is created. Now, another thing I wanted to point out here, you're seeing it a little differently than what's in your packet. As we went to staff and got their feedback, and then planning board and got their feedback, we've been continually trying to manipulate this and change it and make it better, and incorporate those criticisms, comments, suggestions into it. One of the things we heard was that there's a feeling that we should avoid sort of, and Mark, you brought it up in your questions, that kind of 3 or 4 story wall along 28th Street, for example, right? So we flipped the C-shaped building. And what that allowed us to do along 28th Street is really modulate that architecture as we go down the street. So we go from an open street up to a 3-story part down to the 1-story part for the majority of that building, or we have a roof deck now interacting from an urban standpoint with the RTD stop and the sidewalk there, which is ideal, back up to a 3-story portion, down to the street, and down to another little 3-story portion. Buildings 3 and 4 have 4-story portions to them. They step up in the back, but again, those buildings are kept narrow as they face the street for that 4-story portion. So again, you're getting that modulation. And Mark, to answer your question, we are very much intending sloped roofs. So we love to get feedback from council on all of that. The other cool thing that this change does, it's really amazing, is that you think of Diagonal Plaza, you think, oh, it's all asphalt. Well, this site is all asphalt. It's nearly 100% asphalt with a couple little tree island or parking islands. But the rest of Diagonal Plaza is actually better off. There's trees, there's some sidewalks. Well, while it certainly could be improved, the further east you go, the better it is. So this site is taking the very worst part, the dirt parking lots, the asphalt that's falling apart, the vacant buildings, and turning it into the best part. And what it does that, it elevates the whole thing. So now these blue streets that run west to east feel like streets for the first time, not just where we've made them actual streets, but also in the eastern portion. So even if it takes quite a while for that portion to change, what we end up with is a much more functional entire Diagonal Plaza immediately, which is exciting. And this is illustrated best for this island of green, which are the 30 affordable units that Laura was talking about earlier. Right now, there's no sidewalk, there is no bike path, there is no street or driveway that gets you there. You have to drive through a dirt parking lot to access that. So with the change, and we have worked on it quite a bit, as Elaine mentioned, Staff was originally concerned that this was surrounded by roads. We have eliminated roads on two sides. So now that park, it borders parking to the south and it borders the street to the north. But on the east and west, there's just a multi-use path and direct access to the BHP buildings. Now that's become a campus, right? And that internal parking lot has become a street. And there's sidewalks and plazas. And you can actually, for the first time, a parent that's in one of those townhomes can take their kid and they can walk on sidewalks across the pedestrian connection over to Safeway, which is a huge improvement for those families that live there. So we're excited about that as well. There's been some changes, Mark, you had asked about also, you're like right on topic for the presentation. So thank you for asking the questions. You had asked about the unit mix. One of the things we heard strongly at Planning Board was a desire to increase the variety of the unit mix. We mostly had at that time studios, 1s and 2 bedrooms. So we've added a number of things. The way we were able to do that is in getting into the site more, there's a big grade drop from 28th Street to the old Sports Authority current Walgreens site. It drops about 6 feet. We have to keep the commercial level up at this 28th Street so you can walk right into the commercial off the sidewalk, very important from an urban standpoint. But that creates this really tall parking level because we're trying to keep all the parking internal to the blocks. We figured out that by doubling that up and actually making it a parking garage completely enclosed inside these buildings behind the street face, we could then bring units right down to the street. Previously, we had very small, thin kind of common spaces along there. By bringing them down to the street, we were able to add unit types. And what we got was in the light blue, 6 townhomes, in the yellow live work units, 14 of those. So that's for someone maybe who has a small business. They won't have to also rent a commercial space. They can do it right from their home. Incubator businesses, sole proprietors, that kind of thing. And we've added a bunch of 3-bedroom units. So 10 3-bedroom units on the market rate side and another 9 on the affordable side. And when you also consider that there's 30 existing townhomes in this community, we have almost 70 units that are now either live, work, or family housing. So that's a big change from what you normally see. And we're excited about that. And certainly happy to answer more questions about all of that. Here's the way that looks on the upper floor. So then finally, architecture and its concept plan. So we're not very far along. The buildings are kind of ghosted out because there's no real design, but we're really very interested in the first floor. The first 14 feet is super critical. There's been a lot of studies on the brain that show that people map in much more detail the things that their body thinks they could eventually touch. And so that's where you get that interaction with the building on that first 14 feet. So we've worked very hard to create building typology, buildings that are going to be very, places to sit, sidewalks, that kind of thing. Here are some of the images that Elaine showed. You can see the pitched roofs, the warm materials, that kind of maybe a little more expressive design, and that's the goal. We'd like to hear some feedback from you on what we should accomplish. But again, the primary thing here is making the street work. Tree lawns, full 8-foot tree lawns, parallel parking, drive lanes, sidewalks, places for seating outside the buildings, that kind of thing. From an open space standpoint, right now there's nothing, as you know, it's all asphalt. That's the only thing that's being displaced. Now we have a park, but again, it's an urban park, so expect it to be a little more designed. And then those green spaces that are not in the park will be a lot more designed. So there'll be more urban spaces, more artistic and exciting in that manner. But again, what we're really trying to do is create that really great street experience. So with that, I'll turn it over to Danica.
Thanks, Bill. What's really exciting about this redevelopment is it's significant enough to provide extensive community benefit for the neighborhood. I lived in the neighborhood for almost 20 years, and I know how hard it is to enjoy Diagonal Plaza. So having the on-site affordable housing, as Laura mentioned, tying that housing into the existing community fabric is huge. Creating community spaces for both existing and future community members. As Bill mentioned, we added a lot of diversity of unit types and have really tried to accommodate a large typology of housing to serve more people. We're not displacing small businesses. This does not include redevelopment of Diagonal, kind of the DMV court as we know it. Those will stay in place. And in fact, we think it'll enhance those businesses by providing more residents and a double-sided experience for those businesses. We're revitalizing the retail center, hopefully increasing sales and use tax and economics for the area, great transportation connections. implementing the TMP and creating those community roads and multi-use path, which creates some area planning in and of itself, a new neighborhood park, and reduction of impervious surfaces and improved water quality. If anyone's been out there, they've seen the detention pond, which is an asphalt retention area that holds water and then drains it around the site. And so it will be great to have rain gardens and other storm water quality here. Next slide. So per an email we sent earlier today, we just wanted to reiterate as the project team that our preferred path forward would be a special ordinance. We did research into other special ordinances and realized that they have been done to kind of solve these gaps where community goals don't meet existing zoning or site use conditions. And so we do ask that you consider a special ordinance to provide an alternate method of open space calculation on the site. And that would match other mixed use zones where residential is encouraged. So we're asking for a special ordinance to allow a minimum of 15% open space on the site. That would be a significant increase in open space from what is there now and be consistent with other mixed use zone districts like BMS, MU1, MU2, MU3, and MU4. This is a really straightforward request to just change the open space minimum to which would then allow the density that you saw in front of you, which is supported by the community planning board and staff. With the existing zoning, we could only do 80 to 95 units. So this is an important fix that would be requested, and we'd ask you to look at it sooner rather than later and perhaps even discuss it tonight with us. In the past, special ordinance has been used to achieve housing solutions in unique situations. Examples of those include Foothills Community, Trinity Commons, Iris Hollow, Habitat Violet, 30 Pearl, Red Oak Park, Contra Lake, and several others. A special ordinance would create the path forward for this project and prioritize the redevelopment of Diagonal Plaza, which has been a high priority for many years. So we look forward to a robust discussion tonight and discussing both the special ordinance and our path forward, as well as the project concepts you've seen tonight.
Thanks. And just last note, there's lots more to talk about on the path, special ordinance versus rezone. So if you have questions, please don't hesitate to ask, and we'll give you some thoughts. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Thank you all for the presentation. Questions for the applicant, Bob?
Yeah, so just picking up there for, I guess, Bill and Danica, it sounds like we've got a couple different options to deal with this open space problem. If I understood Hella right, she sounded kind of agnostic between the rezoning and a special ordinance. Sounds like you guys have a preference for special ordinance. Can you drill into that a little bit more about why that's preferred as opposed to rezoning?
Sure. So there's been a number of processes. The rezones, and we've done them before. There are rules that you have to follow when you go through the rezones, and there's a bunch of hoops to jump through. One of the biggest concerns here is timing. The seller, as you all know, has sat on this property for a long time, and we start to hit challenges in mid-November, and I think that Jarvi from TCR can get into that in more detail if you're interested. So time is of the essence. The project incurs more risk of not happening the longer it waits. And the concern for a rezone, whether that's adding a quality that would allow you to rezone to BC2, which has its own challenges, or to rezone to ME4, is just the unknown. We don't know what we would run into from a timing standpoint, from a staffing standpoint. Changing the comp plan is complicated. There are criteria for how to do that. And we don't know together, staff and applicant, we don't know what we're going to run into. The special ordinance is a lot cleaner. The open space requirement, 15% that we're suggesting, is the exact open space requirement for other commercial zones that are encouraging residential in a mixed use format. So we already know that it works. That 15%, we're currently planning on doubling that. But by using that metric from another zone that already exists, it makes it really easy for council to just say, hey, on this zone, in order to support the community goals of mixed use, we're going to use the open space metric from other mixed use zones. That applies here. And then it's clean, it's done. That ordinance could even come earlier than the site review, so that this council could do it potentially prior to the election. And that provides some guidance when staff reviews the site review that we submit. So that's a way to look at it, in our opinion.
Thanks, Bill. That's all I had.
Thank you, Bob. Rachel, Mary, Mirabai, and Aaron. Rachel.
Bob basically asked my question, but I guess I'll just follow up on the timing explanation. And I don't know if this is to the applicant or to staff, but can someone delineate sort of a projected timeline for either the special ordinance or zoning change? How long that would take, when it would get started?
Okay, so two scenarios, and then staff can chime in, and Danica, correct me if you think that I'm off base on this. The first scenario is that everything runs concurrent with the site review, which is how it's often been done in the past. So we submit our site review at the same time that the site review gets submitted. An application, for example, either an application for a rezone or a special ordinance runs concurrently with that. Either the rezone or the special ordinance is developed in concurrence with the site review, and as site review goes to planning board, so would special ordinance and zoning change. At planning board, there would just be recommendations to council, and you would take final action. So when you saw it, you would take final action. The other scenario could only happen with special ordinance, where you essentially take this parcel, say that in order to support the goals of the comp plan that Elaine already outlined, that this particular parcel has a 15% open space requirement on it. That can happen anytime. At that point, you've essentially created a scenario where the site review matches the underlying zoning, because the zoning plus the special ordinance creates a zone that our site review would then have to follow, and everything would be reviewed against that. Those are two kinds of different ways. In the first scenario that I described, the concern about the difference between a special ordinance and the zoning is that something in the zoning would cause the process to run slower than it would otherwise run if it was just a straight site review. That's the worry, that there's complication involved in that a special ordinance doesn't have, because by virtue of a special ordinance, by definition, council can kind of do whatever you want. So there are no hoops to jump through in that regard. Is that fair, Danica? Is there more to add there?
Yeah, I think so. I think we were just looking at the special ordinance as a tool that's been used in the past, primarily to achieve housing goals, where you could be tied to a future site review approval. So if the site review wasn't approved, then that ordinance could go away as well. So we think it could be legally tied to expectations on a site review, but would give that, I think, certainty that we have a path forward that Jarvie and would need, and investors to be able to know that we could move forward with this project. So that's one of the reasons we've been discussing this. And trust me, we've looked at all the options in depth with Elaine, and nothing's easy, but knowing that we have some support going into this, we wanted to propose what we thought would be the most efficient way to move forward.
And finally, in fairness, we did discuss this robustly with staff, and what we all kind of decided was we were hoping council would give some direction and feedback on this issue. And I think there was a lot of unanswered questions about how either would work. And once we get some direction, we will work with staff to figure out what those issues are and how to move forward.
Thanks.
Thank you, Rachel. Mary and Mirabai, and then I'll go. Mary.
Thanks, Sam. Thanks for the presentation. And so there's a third option I thought I heard Hella describe, which was pursuing land use map change and zoning changes that I think she was also fairly agnostic on, that could occur in parallel with the site plan. Is that correct, Hella?
Yeah, so I think the rezoning would go along with a land use map change in this particular case because of the issues with not being able to meet the rezoning criteria with the current zoning, because the current zoning is already consistent with the land use map. So if the land use map was changed to a different zone that you find appropriate for this parcel, then along with that, we could then rezone to make the zoning consistent with the new land use.
And as well, it could also have various different land uses. If we
it could, yes.
Yeah. So then you could have various different kinds of zones that would then accommodate the kind of diversity of housing that that was presented to us and tonight, as well as what was desired by the planning board. So, so my question then for the applicant is, have you considered that route?
We have, and so that was essentially the second scenario that I was just talking about. So to make it clear, what would happen is we would submit a site review and a request for a rezone, and that rezone request would include a comp plan land use change that went along with it. So Mary, I think that's the scenario you're describing. The issue with that is, again, complication. The concern is there are rules. We were having a discussion with staff and Elaine just a few days ago. There are rules that go along with that land use change. Undertaking a land use map change on the comp plan is a pretty big deal. We do it every 5 years for a major comp plan change and 2.5 for minor. And as you know, it takes quite a long time to finish those. Now, that's not just because of the map changes, but there's a lot of public participation that goes into that. There's a lot of considerations under the code, and the concern is that in that process, things would get substantially delayed. The other part of this is that under the BC1 zoning we're in right now, we can do all of the different unit types that we just talked about. Now, some of them do require use review, but that's baked into the process as it is. So we don't need a different zone to support unit diversity. We can just do it under the current BC1. So the beauty of the special ordinance is that we're under a zone, the zone works with the site plan, the process is all simple, and the only thing that council needs to do is change the open space requirement from 1,200 square feet per unit to 15%. That gives everyone a lot of surety moving forward, including staff who has to somehow review this thing moving forward.
Okay, thank you.
Colloquy on that?
Sure.
Please.
Thanks. And Hella, if we looked at that land use map change as part of this whole thing, that's a comp plan change, I believe. So that requires both planning board and city council approval. Is that right?
That's correct.
So I guess I'll just put that out there as a point that route would require planning board's assent. Like even if we came to a different conclusion from them, theirs would still hold because a land use change requires the approval of both city council and planning board. So we've got a great planning board, but just it would no longer be entirely in our hands.
Thank you, Aaron. Mirabai.
Thanks, Sam. So I'm going to change gears just a little bit and go a little bit more into the weeds here. I was actually pleasantly surprised with the way that this laid out, more than I expected to be. So it was a nice surprise. I guess I'll discuss again details in terms of design afterwards when we make our general remarks. But for right now, I just have some questions in terms of, it was actually really nice to see the townhome option of the 6 townhomes. So sorry if I missed this, but are those going to be rentals or for sale?
Yeah, we can, the applicant give you, or Jarvie can give you more information, but everything is rental that you're seeing on the site, both the BHP and the market rate, everything is rental.
That's great.
Okay. I mean, I'd love to see this for once something to be purchased, but I get it. So I guess then the question is, we have very few townhomes and attached homes and row houses, it seems. We keep going into these boxy apartments. I get that a lot of this is done in terms of packing as many people into this area as we can so that we can get the affordable housing and so that the numbers work out. Is there going to be any leniency where we could at least even maybe double those row houses to have 12 units rather than 6, just because, again, I mean, I get that people aren't having families as much and it's a lot of single people in workforce housing, but there still are young families that could use the space. And this is kind of next to, kind of across the street, at least from one of the open comments or public hearings I'd heard prior, is that, these are a lot of families living in and around this area and they wanted some of the homes to transfer to that general feel of kind of a family vibe. So is there any way of at least trying to double those numbers, or is this just monetarily out of the question?
It's not, what it's more about is the massing. So those townhomes drop down to 2 stories. And in order to drop those townhomes down to 2 stories, we're pushing other things up to 4 stories, right? So we're creating this 3-story, 2-story, 4-story kind of thing. When you look at the overall site, also keep in mind that there are 30 townhomes on the south end. And while they're not included in our new unit numbers, they are included in the community. So when you look at the actual number of townhome units on the site, it's 36. Obviously, the majority of them are market are affordable, and those 30 already exist. But in terms of the the families on the site moving things up and down, it's more than just those 6. But really the issue is trying to keep the whole site from being 4 stories everywhere. We've dropped a chunk of it down to 2 stories for those townhomes and then raised other things to kind of go with that.
Okay, great. Well, thanks for answering the question.
Great, thank you, Mirabai. And so I have a few questions. One starts with those townhomes. Is there a reason that those can't be ownership, Bill? Because I assume that they're not affordable, right? So they're not going to be financed under LIHTC or other tax credit financing. What's the reason that those are not ownership?
This is Jarvie with TCR. We're predominantly a for rent developer owner. We have historically built for sale condo and townhome properties, but it's no longer kind of in focus for our property. That combined with the complexity of multiple buildings, HOAs, split ownership, it would be a very challenging effort.
Great, thanks. And then to the point about ordinance versus land use change, I certainly get what Aaron was saying, but would MU4 with an appropriate land use designation change allow you to build option 1 or option 2?
Yes, there's only really one sticking point that we identified in MU4, which is it requires balconies. And generally, Boulder Housing Partners tries to stay away from those for operational reasons. So that's, other than that, within the normal things you're allowed to ask for in site review, setback variances, height, those kinds of things, MU4 would technically work, we believe.
Very good. And would there be an advantage to future development if we were to make a land use change rather than a special ordinance? Because I'm presuming, and correct me if I'm wrong, that the special ordinance would apply to only these 3 properties that you're going to redevelop. So I'll stop there. Is that correct? The special ordinance you're anticipating would be just for the 3 properties you're going to redevelop?
2 properties, but yes. Yeah, that
Okay.
would be.
And so if we were to consider a land use change over the entire area as part of your site review application, so you have your site review application, land use change, which may be broader than just your application, and a rezoning, which might be just your properties, would that work for you? Except for leaving aside the concern about delays and so on, would that allow you to do the development you want to do?
I believe so, but Sam, can you please, I apologize, can you repeat the process that you just described? I want to make absolutely certain I heard it right.
Okay, so as I understood, the option 2, which you described, was to apply for site plan review for your properties and a land use change, which could be over the entire Diagonal Plaza, and a rezoning, which would be just for your properties all at once. The only reason I'm asking to make sure that it would work for you is because there might be a reason we want to do a land use change over the entire site if we're touching it at all.
I think one thought that comes to mind is there's 13 other owners. And so it would add significant complexity to do a rezoning with other properties who are, I think, difficult to get in touch with and work with. So I think it makes sense comprehensively, but it would add complexity from a timing standpoint and I think ownership standpoint to try and do a comp plan land use change and rezoning for all 14 properties.
So I was only suggesting the rezoning for your properties. So in
Okay.
other words, the land use change would be the whole Diagonal Plaza, potentially. I'm just spitballing here. So you could do a land use change for the entire Diagonal Plaza and a rezoning under that land use change for your site review application.
I think that makes more sense than trying to rezone all the properties.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yeah, the only
Sam-
there's timing, and also, I mean, as we've seen with comp plan updates, owners come out of the woodwork as soon as you start messing with their maps. And one of the things we tried very, very hard to do here is not draw on anybody else's property. I think that's one of the reasons that we have really good support from the property owners. So I don't know what happens to that support when we start changing other people's maps. And I'm nervous about that, to be blunt.
Great, and Hella, I
Sam,
see you.
Thank you. Yeah, the rezoning option, the land use map change option that's available anytime can only be done in conjunction with rezoning. So you would have to rezone all of the other properties as
I
well
see.
if you wanted to change the land use for the other properties.
That's super helpful. Thank you. That clears up a lot of things. And then I think that's all I have, but we have some other hands now. So hands I still have, I think Rachel, Mary, and Aaron are old. So I'll start with Bob. Bob, I think yours is new.
Yeah, mine is new, but I'm not sure. Aaron colloquied, but he may not have gotten his question in, so I want to defer to him.
Okay, Aaron, do you have any other questions?
The points I made, I've either made or Hella made them, so I'm good. Thanks. Appreciate it, Bob.
Yeah, you bet. So my question is for Hella. I think Mary asked this question, but maybe I didn't fully understand the answer. Could we do both? In other words, could we do a special ordinance now for this property, get this out of the way so we can get to site review, and then later, next year, a year after, when maybe we touch the comp plan, do land use change and rezoning for this property and all other properties? Is that a possibility, Hella?
Yes, that is a possibility as well.
Okay, thank you.
Excellent. I've got no other hands, so no other questions. So I believe that we are ready to go to public hearing. And before we start, I'm going to turn to Brenda Rittenauer. And Brenda, could you please give us the ground rules here? You're on mute. Sorry.
Thank you, Sam. Let me just share my screen here. How are we doing? Is it coming up? There we go.
We can see it now.
Bigger for you. So we do have some guidelines for public participation, and we appreciate your cooperation. The city did engage with community members to co-create a vision for productive, meaningful, and inclusive civic conversations. This vision specifically supports physical and emotional safety for community members, staff, and for council, as well as supporting democracy for people of all ages, identities, lived experiences, and political perspectives. The following are examples of rules of decorum found in the Boulder Revised Code and other guidelines that support this vision, and these will be upheld during this meeting this evening. All remarks and testimony, oh, do you see it?
Yes.
Oh, great, thank you. All remarks and testimony shall be limited to matters related to the business of this public hearing. No participant shall make threats or use other forms of intimidation against any person. Obscenity, dehumanizing language, racial epithets, and other speech and behavior that disrupts or otherwise impedes the ability to conduct the meeting are prohibited. And participants are required to sign up to speak using the name they are commonly known by, and individuals must display their whole name before being allowed to speak online. And currently, only audio testimony is permitted during virtual meetings. So we thank you so much again for your cooperation with these rules. And now we will proceed with the hearing, Sam.
Thank you, Brenda. And our first three speakers for the public, so we have more than 15 speakers, so there will be 2 minutes per speaker for the public hearing tonight. And the first three speakers we have are Macon Coles, Adeline Fury, and Alice Günther. Macon?
You should be able to speak now, Macon.
Good evening, Council. My name is Macon Coles, and I live at 1726 Mapleton Avenue in Boulder. I served on this council 11 years ago when the city examined what it would take to catalyze development at Diagonal Plaza. With 15 owners of odd-shaped parcels complicated by a variety of easements, we elected not to undertake a city-led redevelopment project because of concerns about its cost. Now a developer has stepped forth with a concept for bringing as many as 259 new housing units at this 9.3-acre site, integrating it with and improving an existing BHP neighborhood to the south. BHP and Coburn Partners together had major roles in the development of one of Boulder's most successful neighborhoods, Holiday. If you want something to happen on this neglected site, you should ask yourselves, what can we do on concept review this evening that will invite great design by this team? Here's how I would answer that question, and it is simple. Tell this team that you will rezone this site to accommodate 259 units if they come back with a great design that serves the needs of people and will make the city and the people who live in Diagonal Plaza proud. Take density off the table. Send a clear message to the team that you will support the requested density if the design is great. 28 units per acre is, after all, not so dense. The requested density is roughly the same density as the award-winning multifamily buildings that form a crescent around the Holiday Neighborhood Park. One could easily conclude, and this is up to you and your discretion, that in a time of climate change, that 259 units are not enough on this site. Challenge the design team, but welcome this project. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Macon. Next, we have Adeline Fury, Alice Gunther, and Ginger Zukowski. Adeline?
Hello, my name is Adeline Fury, and I live down the street from this proposed development. I own a house at 19th and Iris, and when I heard about this proposed community, I was so excited by the prospect, and I want to urge you to support this project as it moves through the planning and zoning stages as much as possible. I bike or drive past this parking lot almost daily, and I pick up my meds from that Walgreens once or twice a month. And as you all know, the site in its current state is depressing and run down and almost empty. And every time I see that parking lot, I feel frustrated at so much unused space in a city in which it's almost impossible to find affordable housing. I own a house now, but before this, I lived in Boulder for almost a decade as a grad student on barely above minimum wage, and it was hard. And so we all know that Boulder needs more housing, and this is an ideal location for this higher density housing. I think tall buildings would be perfect there, like with that broken up with the green space and the roof deck. I think that's an awesome proposition. Because of its location, it wouldn't obstruct views from houses or walking paths. And in fact, it would add walking paths and a lot more interest to my commute, at least. I really like the idea of the community garden and the park space. That's particularly exciting to me. And yeah, I think I would be even more excited if the applicant could incorporate slightly more green spaces like they were discussing. I think that would be really awesome. But overall, I think this project should be supported as much as possible. And I really look forward to having some new neighbors in the community and to see that potholed parking lot transformed into something livable. Thanks.
Thank you, Adeline. Next, we have Alice Gunther, Ginger Zukowski, and Lynn Siegel. Alice, I have you pooling with Laura Vidal and Scott Josebek. So Brenda, if you could confirm that the pooling partners are there, Alice will get 4 minutes.
They are both here, and Alice has a presentation that we will be playing with voiceover. So Taylor, when you have that ready. We are not hearing it, Taylor. Alice is prepared to read notes if necessary.
All right, we can see that.
We are not hearing it, however. Let's go ahead and unmute Alice, and maybe they will be willing to read their notes along with the presentation.
Sure, if you play it, I'll go ahead and read.
Evening. It's nice to be here.
There it goes.
My name is Alice Ginther. I live in North Boulder, and my pronouns are they, them. My day job is managing the journalism department at CU, where I have been employed for almost 8 years. To begin, I want to explain that I believe that safe, secure, and affordable housing is a basic human right. However, low-income housing in many places tends to be cookie-cutter units built to stay within low budgets. But times are changing with new solutions from around the world. Tonight, I'm going to introduce 3 creative design possibilities for the Diagonal Plaza that go well beyond the low-income box. How 3 international architectural firms approach the idea of affordable housing design. These designs are all green and include solar panels, passive building technologies, and green spaces. 2 of the examples are affordable or social housing. The third is a mixed-use neighborhood designed to reimagine a large city's 80-year-old housing project. First is Vivaz, Mieri Social Housing, Mieri, Spain, built in 2010. Total area is 192,030 square feet. This design contains 1, 2, 3, and 4-bedroom units with a parking garage in the basement. Here is the floor plan for the ground floor. Next is Date in Les Social Housing, Paris, France, built in 2013 with 22,625 square feet. This design also has 1, 2, 3, and 4-bedroom units. Finally, Bunker Hill Redevelopment, Boston, Massachusetts. Principal architects Tamara Roy and David Lunny, in describing this project, write, "Our plan does 3 things to connect to the neighborhood. First, it reconnects and extends the street grid through the development, organizing all the buildings along new tree-lined streets. Second, the plan creates a variety of open spaces that invite the public in and through the new development. And third, in place of the blank brick walls of the existing buildings, the plan features a series of storefronts along Bunker Hill, offering retail opportunities that will be accessible to lower income residents and the wider community of Charlestown. With this redesign breaking ground now, deeply affordable units will be designed exactly the same as the full market units. 2,699 units, 1,010 deeply affordable. We have an opportunity in Boulder to plan and purpose-build neighborhoods that include units for our local workforce to live where they work, to support small family entrepreneurs, along with living spaces for educators and tech professionals. Imagine a creative mix of both permanent, affordable, and market rate units designed in an area that also has a mix of restaurants, coffee shops, computer bars, pavilions, education, and childcare hubs. These 3 ideas are just a few of the innovative and creative designs that could be realized for the redevelopment of the Diagonal Plaza. What a moment we have in Boulder, where we could bring to life inspirational architectural design here in our city and reimagine Boulder's future. Thank you so much for your kind attention. Please feel free to screenshot this slide for more information on each project. Thank you.
Thank you, Alice. Next, we have Ginger Zukowski, Lynn Siegel, and Rosie Fivian. Ginger?
Because I'm unmuted now. You can hear me, I suppose.
Yes, we
I'm
can.
Ginger Zukowski. I live in Orchard Grove. Oh, good. I'm glad. And thanks for the opportunity, by the way. I live in Orchard Grove here in 120. Those of us who live in Boulder, who live in mobile home parks, are already in affordable housing. But also, we live under a system that only enriches the often out of state owners who already are wealthy. My husband and I have been paying rent on our lot since 1976 and own none of it and never will. So it's important for the city to partner with developers of the Diagonal Plaza to ensure that there's enough truly affordable housing and much of it for sale for this, and it would support the surrounding community, both for the short-term and the long-term financial benefit for the community. I also recommend making sure we get enough truly affordable housing, especially if the zoning becomes upsized, as was talked about. If that's the case, the percentage of affordable housing for sale and for rent should increase for the entire development. I was heartened to see preliminary plans for the diagonal that I saw tonight, but I don't think we need too much office space rental, because if you drive slightly east of the trailer park on Velma, you'll see an inundation of for lease signs for rent or office space. So keep that in mind as you choose your development. So just keep in mind that many of us need financially affordable purchases as well as rentals. And we also need it to be physically accessible in this town. Some of us do anyway, in this town that we love so much. And I'm very willing to help in any way that I can. So let me know if I can be of help in the planning.
Thank you, Ginger. Next, we have Lynn Siegel, Rosie Vivian, and Kurt Nordback. Lynn?
Have I got a plan for you? Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay. Boy, what an inspiration these guys have been. What we need here is a bulldozer for the asphalt and to pave this thing over with agriculture. That's what Boulder needs, ag here. So we are not hiring it in from other states. Right across the way is Safeway, so we can go to the store there, or there can be stores there. There can be freezing and canning commercial in the area. And there could be multi-level farm area as well. We've got housing over the, way too much housing here. You won't get to recognize the place in 5 years. We've got, you know, North Boulder across from the bus stop, greenwash, solar with electric resistant stoves, unbelievable. They didn't want to answer my question when I asked them what they're firing up their solar with. Do not do a special ordinance? No way. Fast tracking, Hollicky can wait. Hollicky can do alpine balsam and keep the shell and repurpose at that place. We've got so much housing around Boulder. We've got so many subsidies. You know, let's start the list. Housing galore is not what we need in this town. We need some ag. We need some canning and some freezing and some self-functioning things in our community. We got plenty of housing. We got plenty of high end, and we've got too little affordable. And affordable drives more housing. And
Thank you, Lynn. Thank you, Lynn. Your time is up. Next, we have Rosie Vivian, Kurt Nordback, and Evan Fryrick. Rosie?
Good evening. I'm speaking in support of the project. I welcome this project as the start of a new neighborhood center. I believe that Boulder Housing Partners are experts in affordable housing, and we need to listen and trust the experts. We should believe them when they say time and time again that they have the most demand for singles. What BHP is finding is consistent with the 2020 census data. They should not be redirected to redesign using outdated studies as a basis. The 2014 survey referenced in the minutes should not be used for making planning decisions. A lot has happened in the last 7 years. Since that survey, median home prices have more than doubled, and it's based on a 90% white demographic that we should try to avoid duplicating over and over again in Boulder. Households have and will continue to become more diverse. By 2025, 2% of households with children will represent only about 10% of all US households, according to James Beskey and David Dixon, who wrote Suburban Remix. By 2030, 75% of all households will be people living alone and couples outnumbering the 25% married parents. The slide I emailed shows that in 2020, the ratio is already 3-to-1 and climbing. Single parent households have grown to 50% of households with kids and is heading higher. These households are far more likely to prefer urban environments. In 2030, 1 in 5 Americans will be over the age of 65 as the boomers all reach retirement age. That translates into a need for smaller units as more seniors are choosing to live in 15-minute neighborhoods. The planning of the future will not resemble the planning of the past. America's population as a whole is transforming quickly and will look and be a lot different than it was in the 1950s. So we need to plan for what is best for the future for all of Boulder and all housing types, not just the 10%. Thanks.
Thank you, Rosie. Next, we have Kurt Nordback, Evan Fryrick, and Paul Cure. Kurt?
Hi, Kurt Nordbeck, 777 Delwood Avenue. First of all, I want to thank Alice Winther for that really inspiring presentation. I think those were beautiful examples. I will note that I suspect that all of those provide significantly less parking than we require in Boulder. So that's something to think about going forward. That said, I'm pleased to hear support for this project, and I'd like to encourage you to support whatever will give us as much housing as possible, as quickly as possible. As you know well, this site has been the focus of community interest and hopes for years, and it has seen rare agreement by a range of interests as appropriate for a very significant amount of housing, given the location at the intersection of two major streets, well served by transit, and close to a wide range of destinations and amenities. Unfortunately, our processes are getting in the way of achieving our goals. I don't pretend to know the best resolution other than to observe that the comp plan describes CD land use as, quote, to serve the daily convenience, shopping, and personal service needs of nearby residents, unquote, which does not seem appropriate for the proposed project, and MU seems a more fitting designation, but I trust the experts on staff to figure something out. The community has placed a lot of expectations on the redevelopment of Diagonal Plaza. Please allow this parcel to live up to those expectations. Thank you.
Thank you, Kurt. Next, we have Evan Fryrick, Paul Cure, and Laurel Herndon. Evan?
Hi, Council. First, I'm Evan Fryrish. I live at 745 Arapahoe, Boulder. And I also own a rental unit at Remington Post, which is very close to this site. I support basically higher density, even upzoning the property in order to achieve greater affordable housing. I've been disappointed so far in what I've heard from council, staff, about the lack of concern really over affordable housing in relation to this development. The developer is only offering what it's required to in relation to its request. The developer is asking to have either a special ordinance or a rezoning in order to increase the density, but basically is not offering any greater amount of affordable housing than it's legally required to do at this point. Right, the area near this property is some of the best affordable housing in Boulder. And the developer is only proposing to do market rate rents. They use the PR term workforce housing, but that's just a PR term. They're not promising anything. Using what they described at the planning board, the average 800 square foot condo in this development would rent for over $3,000 a month. A similar apartment in Remington Post across the way would rent for $1,700 a month. So you're essentially setting a precedent for this area, which will enrich me because it'll make my property more valuable, but also diminish the affordability of that area. So given that I've heard nothing from the council about the issues regarding affordable housing in relation to this development, I wonder how much you're really willing to leverage the developer in their special request to get an increased amount of affordable housing.
Thank you, Evan. I appreciate your comments. Next, we have Paul Cure, Laurel Herndon, and Francois Poinsett. Paul?
Thank you, Sam. Thank you, council members, Elaine, Danica, Laura, and the Coburn team for their thoughtful and dedicated work. I asked council to advocate for a special ordinance to allow for the opportunity to begin initiating this proposed plan of 259 homes, 64 of which would be permanently affordable, filling an urgent need for workforce housing. The project is in alignment with the comp plan and places our community on the right track to accommodate and enhance an underutilized portion of our town. Please move forward with this proposal to help alleviate this need and protect the sustainable vision of our city for future generations. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. Next, we have Laurel Herndon, Francois Poinsett, and Thomas Volkhausen. Laurel?
Good evening. My name is Laurel Herndon. I live at 520 Sky Trail in Boulder. I'm also the director of the Immigrant Legal Center. We're on North Street, very close to the old hospital. And I'm here tonight to talk with you on behalf of our DACAs. I know you're all very familiar with DACA, so I won't define that. But I want to let you know that these are individuals that were born between 1981 and 2006. We currently have 143 DACA clients who live in the city of Boulder. It used to be a lot more, but at every renewal, we see fewer. These are kids that grew up in Boulder. They grew up in Boulder Meadows. They lived in San Juan del Centro. They may have even lived in Diagonal Park townhomes. And as they reach adulthood, they can't afford to live here. So they head to Longmont, to Frederick, to Dacono. But these are Boulder's cultural brokers. They're Boulder High graduates. They work here, and we need them living here. So I am excited for this Diagonal Plaza project for our DACAs and for all of our clients who make Boulder a unique place and who need more opportunities to live in this great community. Thank you.
Thank you, Laurel. Next, we have Francois Poinsett, Thomas Volkhausen, and Worth Baker. Francois?
Hi there, everyone. Françoise Poinsett, and I live at 2636 Fifth Street. I feel like this has been a long time coming, and I'm very pleased with, so far, just this is a very basic proposal, but I would urge you to move forward with this, including, granting rezoning. And I really liked what a couple other speakers said. Macon commented that we should expect a really great design. And for me, I think the idea of putting more affordable housing, even over and above the 64 units, I believe, that are there is great. And I'm wondering about asking for less parking, because parking is a big trade-off both for land use, and I feel that we have to move past this in terms of our parking requirements and really, really insist on good transportation connections in this spot. It has, I mean, I know this area very well. My mother-in-law lived at Brookdale, which is essentially across the street, and I've used this parking lot many times on my bike to race through to get to her place. And she was able to, at age 100, to walk across and access Vicks and many other things. It was really lovely spot. There was so much potential here. I do urge you to move forward now, because every time we bog down in time, it makes the prices go up. I'm concerned that we are just really behind the 8 ball as it is. And I just think that we need to move forward now. Don't use the old paradigm as we have been, and move forward with really looking at those European models, which are so beautiful. And again, transportation is very integrated into it. So I hope that you go with this, and it does turn out to be really a pride of Boulder. Thank you.
Francois. Next, we have Thomas Volkhausen, and we close with Worth Baker. Thomas?
Hi, everybody. I'm speaking in support of the project. I hope that you can expedite the process of making either a special ordinance or rezoning so the project can move forward. In terms of urban design, this is a perfect place for a 15-minute neighborhood. There's the grocery store across the street, just many different amenities are in close walking distance. And the city has declared a climate emergency, and the people, the 200 plus units on this site will allow people to reduce their carbon emissions from transportation, and also simply by being in multifamily buildings. They will have shared walls and ceilings, so they will reduce their carbon emissions relative to single family homes. So I urge the council to take action as expeditiously as possible to make this project happen. and to include as many units as possible. This, in terms of urban design, is a perfect place to put as many units as we practically can. And that will help to reduce the 60,000 automobile in-commuters that Boulder receives every day. And the Denver metro area is now being declared in severe non-attainment for air pollution. So reducing the distance and number of automobile trips is very important. And I would like to echo previous speakers that we should consider a parking reduction. The city of Denver has just reduced parking requirements for all affordable housing. Boulder has not taken this step, but Boulder should reduce the number of required parking spaces in affordable housing. As the article in Denver indicated, affordable housing residents actually use less parking, and requiring extra parking just means more empty asphalt.
Thank you, Tom. And finally, we have Worth Baker. Worth?
Yeah, this is Worth. I'm a homeowner near Diagonal Plaza at 3630 Iris Avenue. And as a community member and a neighbor, I'd encourage council and staff to embrace this opportunity to redevelop a sorely underutilized space, as others have said. I walk through or bike through or drive past this area regularly, and I'm frustrated by its dilapidated state. The proposal on the table would be a wonderful improvement to what's currently a lovely neighborhood in Boulder, and I believe would serve as a catalyst for further improvements to the site. Boulder has a housing shortage. This project is a great opportunity to provide market rate relief as well as permanently affordable housing. So I would encourage the city to assist the developer and BHP in moving forward as quickly as possible.
Thank you, Worth. And with that, we will bring the public hearing to a close and bring it back to council. So at this point, it's fair game for comments or any further questions. I see Mary and Aaron. Mary?
Thanks, Sam. So the number of commenters at a concept review is not usually this high. And so there's a lot of interest in this property, as we all know from so many years. One of the things we talked about earlier was about how in our discourse, we start with what we agree on. And I think one of the things that we agree on, probably the whole community agrees on, is that the holiday neighborhood is something to aspire to in so many places. It comes up over and over again, how great that neighborhood is. And so I do think that this is a great opportunity as it's a catalyst site. And I also think that as a catalyst site, you all, the applicants, are shouldering some level of responsibility because what you do will affect what happens down the road. So obviously we can't have an area plan, and that's something that we have talked about as well for a long, long time, about getting an area plan, but it just never seemed to rise to the level of the work plan item among so many other work plan items, and also the complication of the many and various property owners. So all that is to say that I think that approaching it in a manner that kind of ghosts out an area plan by making some land use changes that go in parallel with the site review plan would be what I would like to see. I understand that it is not as expedient, or it has some risks more than doing a special ordinance. But I think that in the big picture, it would really serve better as a catalyst, as a catalytic action. So that is the direction that I would support. It would provide something in the memo that was described as something that the planning board said was, if the applicant pursues a land use map change and a rezoning, that the future zoning should allow for a mix and a range of residential unit types. Now, we had one speaker talk about how in the future we need more single units, and that may be so. But more single units also create a disconnection and a lack of, this is why so many people are actually lonely. And so that could be changing as well. So just as we have changed from the 1950s in the single family housing, we may be going to single unit housing and then back over to being more of a communal kind of society. So a diversity of housing would be, I think, more appropriate. With respect to some of the commenters that talked about ownership units, I do think that that is really, really important. And I understand from JRV that that's not what they do. But there is precedent in this community of working with Habitat for Humanity and perhaps parceling out part of this parcel and working with Habitat to create something that is affordable and for sale. So I would urge you to explore that option. So I one more comment that I wanted to make is that a lot of commenters also said, reduce the parking. And that will likely happen. That request comes at site plan. So just wanted to clarify that. So that's all I have for now. And thanks. This is a really exciting project. And as I said, it's a catalytic project that comes with some responsibility. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mary. Aaron, and then Mirabai, and then I'll jump in. Aaron?
Yeah, thanks. I'm going to start with a question for the applicants. There were several commenters who talked about reducing the required parking. And I know that you can ask for a parking reduction at the time of site review. And so I was wondering if the applicant is feeling like they're constrained by the code in terms of too much required parking, or do you feel like you can ask for any reduction that you might need to make the site successful?
Yeah, Aaron, thank you. That's a good question. Staff has pointed out repeatedly that it is incredibly well served by alt modes and bike path, bus, all that kind of stuff. So we feel that whatever parking reduction we may need to ask for in site review is likely going to meet the criteria for that parking reduction. So I don't think we're terribly concerned with a potential parking reduction if we need one.
Great, that's good to hear. Well, I'll just start my comments by supporting you in that direction to minimize the amount of parking on site, to increase the number of units and increase the affordability here, because it is so well served by transit and biking and walking. So hopefully they can have a minimum parking on the site. And then just to say that in general, I feel like you guys have a fantastic project here. We've been looking for redevelopment of this site for many, many years. And I think this is very exciting. So I think we do have a catalytic opportunity in front of us. So I'm really glad that you're bringing this forward. And I think you have done a really excellent job in putting together an attractive site plan with good permeability, good open spaces, a good mix of unit types, some commercial space along Broadway, not Broadway, 28th Street. So I think you're doing a great job. The one little bit I would throw in was, staff raised that question about the park space and it being bordered by parking. I appreciate how you all have, there's no longer a road on the west side or on the east side. There is still that line of parking on the BHP site to the south. And then the kind of, there'll still be that sort of dilapidated parking across from your new road. So just to consider how to tie that open space more closely into the BHP site, since you all do have an owner in common, maybe there's an opportunity to relocate some of those parking spaces and knit those two bits together. make it kind of a more attractive and appealing and useful park for the existing BHP residents and the new residents of the affordable units and the other units. So that's just my one specific comment of something that I'd like for you all to keep in mind as you move forward. And then in terms of how we get you to a successful project, I agree with the applicant that a special ordinance is the kind of clearest, most straightforward path forward here. I think we can tailor it very narrowly to using an open space requirement that's used by other zones. We can tailor it to their particular proposal so that if people are concerned about other owners taking advantage of it, we could prevent that. So I think it could be a quick, easy way of doing it. I mean, I'd be really interested in potentially changing the land use of the whole area to something like MU4. I think that could work out really well as a future step. But if we're going to entertain the land use change for their proposal, it would need to come in as part of their specific site plan and rezoning request. So it would be narrowly, it could only be done narrowly to their particular parcels. So it wouldn't act as a kind of catalytic land use change for the whole rest of the site. So given that and the quicker and more certain path to the special ordinance, I would definitely hope that we could go in that direction rather than the land use change. That's all I got. Thanks.
Thank you, Aaron. Mirabai, and then I'll go, and then Adam and Bob. Mirabai.
Thanks. So yeah, I think the project actually is moving in a really good direction. I love how you actually use the space to lay it out and not make it look overwhelming, I guess would be the right word, especially with so much density on a site. So I think it uses the empty spaces of the parking lots in a really useful manner. I say this to every project and no one listens, and so the town continues to grow more and more ugly. So I really hope that you take in, especially if we do end up granting a special ordinance, that you take into account that we could use pitched roofs and use more of a European style instead of these disgusting boxes that we have all over our town. Driving past the development out here on the diagonal is just painful every single day, and driving down 28th or 30th Street and the whole campus now for Google, it's just, this is not the town I grew up in, and it's a shame that it's turned into this when it could have been so much better looking. So looking at the European architecture design, even if you have to use flat roofs, making sure that there's some design elements on the top that make it more welcoming rather than these cold industrial looking boxes. If we can, if you're getting your height adjustments so that we can actually put some pitch roofs and yeah, it will increase height a little bit, but at least it would make it look more welcoming and like a little village. Again, the same way that Holiday has used their designs. So I just really, really impress upon you to make this something that is welcoming and warm, and you have a huge opportunity here, and the land is rather large, and you've already done such a great job of laying it out. It would be a shame to miss it in terms of the way that the actual buildings themselves end up being designed. So that's one thing. And then, I don't know if this is possible, and I guess I don't know what the actual foot measurements are from the setbacks on 28th, but I think that's one thing that's so difficult on 30th Street now, is that these buildings are so tall and they're right on the edge of the street. They don't have the 25-foot setbacks, or at least they sure don't seem to have the 25-foot setbacks, if that's at all a possibility where it meets up to the 28th, because that's, I think, what is so nice is when you can have a higher building, at least if it's set back from the road, it doesn't seem so overwhelming and consuming. So those are really my comments. Again, I'd much prefer to see some purchased homes that could be purchased, but I understand your business model. Again, if you're asking for special things from the city, that would be nice if you could work with us and try and put some of these into the project. So that's all I have, and thanks for the hard work.
Thank you, Mirabai. So I will go next, and then we'll have Adam, Bob, Mark, and Rachel. I want to start by noting that this is kind of like old home week for planning board members, because we've got me, Mary, and Aaron on this side of the screen, and then we have Danica and Bill on the other side. And so that's 5 of the 7 members of one of our recent planning boards. So welcome, everyone. It reminds me of a planning board meeting. And then I want to also emphasize that we did have the Secretary of Housing and Urban Development in town today, Marcia Fudge, and she emphasized how critical the need is to move now on affordable housing. It was obvious that she was shocked when she learned what the single family sale price for a home is in Boulder today. So I am very happy to see this project, and I think it is very well laid out. I am very impressed with the transportation connections, which was one of my really big concerns with this site. And I think you all have done a great job with that, both putting in the multi-use path instead of the Western Road, as well as all the interconnections. And I agree with everything that Bill said about how, you know, even with the parking lots that will remain, having those two roads in will lead to a better feel for the center right away. So I think that's good. I think the focus on housing is great. I think that much about the layout has improved since planning board saw it. So I want to give kudos to the applicant for having listened to those suggestions. I will come back to ownership. I really do think it would be great if there could be an element of home ownership here, whether it's habitat, you know, whatever it might be. I know it's a little outside of the comfort zone of the investors in the project, but I really do think it's a need here as well. We often hear about building wealth and how important it is to be able to get people into home ownership for the purposes of building wealth. And I think that is all true. And so I would very much encourage the applicants to think if there's any way to do that. I would also say that I would normally be inclined, the same way that Mary suggested, to try and do a land use map change across the whole parcel, which would be a way of essentially doing an area plan in a manner. But I do understand the complexity involved. And I think what has convinced me to lean towards the special ordinance approach is Hella's point that you can only ask for the land use map change where you're going to do the rezoning. And so trying to rezone this entire property would be a nightmare with the number of owners. So with that, I'm going to support moving forward with a special ordinance. I hope that we're careful on how we craft that to make sure that we get what we want and watch for unintended consequences. But I think, again, along the lines of what Secretary Fudge said, we need to move quickly. And I think a special ordinance will create a little more certainty. It is not my preference philosophically, but I think in this case, it's the right thing to do. I think that's all I've got, but I want to thank the applicants for kicking off a catalyst project here at a site that has long needed this kind of attention. So thank you very much. With that, we will go to Adam, Bob, Mark, and Rachel. Adam.
Thank you, Sam. First, I wanted to start out with just a question that I rarely hear an answer to, but one speaker did bring up the idea of what the cost of the non-permanently affordable units might look like. And I think that's a pretty critical component of most of these projects, simply because if we only occupy 50% of them because they're so expensive, what good are half the housing units that are unoccupied? So if there is a willingness by the applicant to answer, you know, what your average single room unit might be, or even a range, that would be entirely helpful. But I understand, as I've never gotten a direct answer to that question before. So
I think we'll turn to the applicant.
Yeah, gonna leave an open space for the applicant right here.
There you go.
Sure, I appreciate the question. Here's what I can tell you. You saw a wide range of unit types, so it's really difficult to kind of pinpoint an exact rental rate for each of those. Our units fall in line with about 80 to 100% AMI for the city of Boulder. That's probably the best way to generalize that range from studios all the way through 3 bedrooms and townhomes. We have units in the market, so we have good visibility of what is highly sought after and what is attainable for the demographic.
And that's the best answer I've heard so far, at least. I appreciate the range related to AMI, at least. But again, you know, it's not just about having units, it's about having occupied units to address our housing crisis. So Beyond that, I really like the direction of the project. It's really cool to see the community input being heard, and you know, the pitched roofs, the multiple different types of housing, and the open and green spaces. It really sounds like the community is being listened to, which is very, very appreciated. I will say I am interested in some of the single units as well. As Mary alluded to, there are people like me who probably will only ever need a single bedroom, maybe two at most. We are lonely, but if you're lonely, just get on your HOA board, or even better, on council. And you may be sad, but you'll be sad for different reasons than loneliness. So other than that, you know, this is one of the better projects and one of the most needed projects I've seen in town, that I think most people can agree is better for the space than what is currently there. So I appreciate all the effort, and looking forward to what the next steps are.
Thank you, Adam. And I do want to second the appreciation to the applicant for giving almost a direct answer to Adam's question. So thank you. Bob, Mark, and Rachel. Bob.
Great. Well, first I'll take on the kind of the regulatory part of it. Like Sam and Aaron and maybe a few others, I would support a special ordinance in this case. I know that's a little bit unusual, although we have done it a handful of times before. And that's not to exclude the possibility of doing a map change and rezoning for the entire area. But I think we do have a urgency here, and I would hate to have this opportunity slip through our grasp, given the fact that we've waited so long for something like this to come along. So I would support a special ordinance, and then at the appropriate time, a land use change and rezoning of the broader region. I don't have any incremental comments on design that haven't already been mentioned. I did like Alice's presentation on low-income design. I happen to know, having served as council's liaison to Boulder Housing Partners for 3 years, that Boulder Housing Partners takes very seriously the responsibility to ensure that the design of low-income housing is on par with market rate housing. As a matter of fact, they've even gone back through and spent millions of dollars rehabbing and fixing up housing that was built in the 60s, 70s, and 80s that was not par, and brought them up to market rate quality. So I know Alice showed some great designs there. I know Laura and her team, Jeremy, will be working closely with their partners there on low-income housing that looks no different than their neighbors across the street. And then I'll just make some general comments. I think this is just absolutely outstanding. This is exactly what we wanted at Diagonal Plaza for I don't know how many years. As a matter of fact, you know, how many properties are specifically mentioned in the comprehensive plan? You know, it's just like, it's called out as something that we got to fix. And that shows how long and how concerned this community has been about this for years. It was studied, as mentioned, back in 2011 by Urban Land Institute and their technical advisory panel. We're doing exactly what they recommended 10 years ago. Well, we're not doing it, but these folks are doing it. This is probably the largest acreage of unused asphalt in the city, and it's right at our gateway. It's just been an embarrassment for decades. Like the second speaker, Adeline, I live near 19th Iris, and so like Adeline, I go by this all the time. And our neighbors have suffered through this eyesore for decades, and we really care about making this a better place, a better use of place, and as Adeline said, and welcoming some new neighbors. I think this is probably the best reuse of land that I've seen in my nearly 6 years on council. I think it's the epitome of a 15-minute neighborhood. Matter of fact, it's really a 5-minute neighborhood. Within a few hundred yards, there's the Safeway, there's 3 coffee shops, there's several restaurants, a fitness center, there's a new vet clinic coming in next month, there's an Urgy Center, and that's all going to be connected with paths and sidewalks. I just think that this is absolutely the type of thing that we want to be building as often as we have the opportunity. So I would say, if not this, what, and if not now, when? This is exactly what we want, where we want it, when we want it. So I'm all in on this one. Thank you so much for bringing it forward.
Thank you, Bob. Next, Mark, and then Rachel. Mark.
Yeah, just a few comments. First of all, I want to thank the applicant. This really is a terrific project. I think it will catalyze the area. And I very much appreciate the applicant's sensitivity to design issues and willingness to look at design in a more creative way. This project is going to set the standard for the remainder of Diagonal Plaza, and I trust it will be a very high standard indeed. And as those other parcels become subject to development, they will have to look to this project for their inspiration. I want to add my voice to Sam and Mary's with respect to trying to find at least some modest level of ownership units, because that is such an important component of our housing need. And so I hope that you will give some thought to that. And I do recognize it's not your standard business model, but I urge you to be a little creative on that point. I think the special ordinance is the way to go, and I will be supportive of that in order to get this project rolling in an expeditious fashion. I do have one question for the applicant. When you say you're designing your units for 80 to 100% AMI, what percentage of income at those levels are you calculating for the units?
All right. Would you mind repeating that, Mark? I'm sorry.
Yeah, if you've got 80 to 100% AMI, it also is important to understand what percentage of that income level you're forecasting in order to afford the units.
You know, I don't have that at my fingertips. We work off of the CHAFA guideline for my counties, and we kind of, calibrate what CHAFA assigns. I'm sorry, it's been handed to me here. Laura, you might.
Yeah, it depends on the unit size, but 80% for one person.
Well, but as I understand it, if you're spending more than 30% of your income on housing at whatever level you're earning, you are in effect rent burdened. And I'm just asking if this is, if you're at 100% of AMI, are you under the 30% of that income to support to support the housing? Am I being clear or entirely obscure?
No, you're being clear. When we rent units, we don't income qualify to a set AMI. So I'm reacting to kind of what are published, housing authority metrics for those. I believe the housing authority metric combines utility costs, rent, et cetera, for somebody who is below the 30% of their stated income. But I'd be glad to follow up on that.
Yes, I would appreciate that if you would. Thank you. And that's all I've got. I think it's a great project. I look forward to seeing it come to fruition, although I will miss the Rite Aid on the corner. I think it's a small burden to bear in order to get some revitalization of this critical site. So thank you.
Thank you, Mark and Rachel.
I think there's a Walgreens like 2 blocks further up, Mark, so you should be okay.
I will live with the burden.
I think the Rite Aid might have also turned into a Walgreens, but
Yes, it
that's
did.
not my side of town, so don't quote me on it. I think it's a very exciting project, and the plans look great. So I'm thrilled that we're where we are with it, and I think we heard pretty overwhelming community support in our public hearing tonight. So that was heartening because that's such a rarity for us to have like 90% positivity. And then I had a question about, it sounds like there's pretty good support for a special ordinance. So I wondered how that might work. And, I've spent a lot of time in negotiations the last few weeks. So maybe I've just got trade-offs or value exchanged on the brain, but is there room for, if we did a special ordinance, is this, I hope it's okay for me to ask, could we get a couple more or some more affordable housing units or some value out of agreeing to do that? So I think that part's a question for the applicant, if that's an appropriate question for a concept plan hearing. And then staff, I'm wondering what the process is for doing a special ordinance.
All right, let's start with applicant. Do you have a response to Rachel's question?
Yeah, so there's kind of two things that are being overlapped there. In the affordable housing world, when you work with the housing department, Michelle Allen will repeat this, for certain things that you are given, they are requiring that you get something back. So there needs to be a trade there in order to stay in compliance with the way, and really I should probably defer this to Hella. So Hella, if I'm saying something that's wrong, please tell me. But there needs, in order to stay in compliance with the Telluride decision, there needs to be an exchange. With the special ordinance, it's just a mode to get us this. So what we're doing is we're saying, hey, we can give the community this thing. We need you to give us a vehicle to get there. So from our standpoint, whether that's MU4 or a special ordinance, what's coming back into the project is, in our opinion, a special ordinance makes it more certain, more likely that the project will actually happen. MU4, in our opinion, makes it a little more risky that the project will actually happen. But the project is the community benefit in this scenario. So I don't know if that made sense to your question. If it didn't, please say so.
But Dib, I mean, I thought I heard you or someone else mention earlier that, you know, that it's kind of a good value for the developer to have certainty and to be able to move forward and for investors. So that seems to me like some value for a special ordinance. So that was just why I was wondering what your, if there's any room to look if we are going that route for a little bit addition to the affordable housing units.
Okay, I got it. Yeah, so, you know, I think if the special ordinance route moves forward, especially if that were to move forward more quickly than the site review, that certainty, you know, would put us in a position to more aggressively tackle everything that we've heard tonight. So I think that we would be able to take a look at what we've heard and see what could be done. I mean, we are trying to craft, as presented to you, the best project we possibly can. It's not like we're holding things back in trade, but we can continue to try to push on it as much as possible.
Thanks for that. And again, we'll reiterate, I think it looks outstanding.
Hella, did you want to comment on that? I saw your camera come on.
Yeah, I just would add that in many of the circumstances where the city has done a special ordinance, it was for situations where more permanently affordable housing was provided on site than otherwise required. So it would help to make findings why a higher density or lower open space requirement can be justified in this particular case.
Very good. Rachel, are you done with your comments?
I believe I am.
All right, very good. Well, with that, I think we can bring this to a close. I will turn to staff and to the applicant. Did we answer the questions that you brought to us tonight? Oh.
Should we start or should staff start?
Elaine, why don't you start and then we'll go to the applicant.
Yes, thank you. You know, I think you hit on those key issues, particularly with regard to the special ordinance, answering that question. It sounded like some mix of opinions about whether MU4 or a special ordinance is something to move forward. Hearing from the applicant, it does sound like it could be a little onerous to do the MU4 rezoning with a land use change. It's less predictable than simply focusing in on specifics for a special ordinance. So maybe you could recap and just ensure that we've got that clearly and good marching orders on next steps. That would be great.
Very good. Thanks for the request. Aaron, do you want to jump in?
Yeah, because Sam, I was going to ask if we might have a straw poll or give direction on the possibility specifically of a special ordinance done in this council's time period, rather than waiting for it to come forward with the site review request.
Yeah, very good. I was going to go in that direction, so I think that's perfect. So council, why don't I ask it this way? Is there anybody who would not want to move ahead with the special ordinance with this council as Aaron suggested? Is there anyone who'd like to speak against that idea? I'm not hearing anyone, Elaine, so I think the marching orders are clear to go forward with a special ordinance for this site to enable the project to go forward. And if you need anything more from us, let us know. But I think we would like to see this get in place with this council.
Great feedback. Thank you.
Okay, very good. And the applicant. Did you get what you needed from us tonight?
We think we did. We were just discussing it. The feedback has been very clear, very direct. And so we really appreciate it. We should acknowledge staff's role and planning board's role in the changes that you saw, that you described liking. It has been exactly what the concept plan process is supposed to do. We brought something that was kind of different than what we have now, and it was a little beat up and a little bit, suggestions were added to it, and it was improved. And so, as several of you mentioned, there's a lot of improvement left. We have a lot of architectural design to do, and we have a lot of things to try to continue to work on. But the feedback tonight has been exactly what we needed, especially with the path forward with the ordinance. And we thank you for that.
Okay, very good. Well, with that, thanks everyone. Thanks staff. Thanks to the applicant and the community for coming out to speak to us. I think we are done with this item. We're ready to move on, but I'd suggest that we take a 5-minute break if everyone's up for that. So let's make it 8 minutes. We'll return at 9:15 and pick up the rest of the items. Thank you all. right, we are approaching 9:15 in about 1 minute. There's Adam right on time. All right. I think we are here. Not quite 9:15 yet, but Alicia, when I tell you, we'll be ready to kick to the next item.
Right here with you, sir. Right here
All
with
right,
you.
we are good to go. It's 9:15 and we have 8 council members.
All right. Our next item is the item 5, which is matters from the city manager. 5A is the community benefit phase 2 project discussion on next steps, including but not limited to bringing forward any revised ordinances or pursuing non-zoning related fee or tax options pertaining to development projects that request additional height, density, and or floor area.
And for this, council will ask Carl Geiler to come forward and talk a little bit about next steps.
Okay, great. Thank you. Good evening, everyone. I'm Carl Geiler with Planning and Development Services. Tonight, we'll be talking about next steps for the Community Benefit Phase 2 project. So I'll be doing the presentation tonight, but I'm also joined by our staff in Community Vitality, as well as David Dozema from Kaiser Marston Associates, who was our economist providing assistance to us. So I'm going to do a brief background on the project, not go into the deep background that we've talked about in the past, but just what's happened in the last few weeks, as well as what we'll be focusing on tonight. As the council is aware, on June 3rd, Planning Board did not recommend approval of the ordinance that was brought before council. They had a number of concerns which are outlined in the memo, but primarily due to the complexity of the ordinance. They cited some jobs housing imbalance issues from the affordable commercial option. And they also brought forward an idea of an evergreen fund option that should be explored, which means that there would be a perpetual fee charged for these projects over time. So that's all included within the staff memo background. When the first reading of the ordinances were brought forward to council on June 15th, based on these concerns and some concerns that were expressed in the community, City Council did not pass those ordinances. They instructed staff to return with options for funding affordable commercial with simpler mechanisms, basically. So that's what we'll be discussing tonight. So I'm going to jump right into the options. There's 4 options before the council tonight. The first is to simplify the prior ordinance that was brought before the council. Option 2 is exploring the creation of a capital program for affordable commercial space, including a capital facility impact fee intended to defray the projected impacts on proposed developments on affordable commercial improvements. Option 3 is exploring the creation of an excise tax on bonus floor area. And again, to be clear, bonus floor area is any floor area in a 4th or 5th floor, or any floor area that is above a floor area ratio limit within a. Option 4 would basically be keeping the ordinance or the land use code as it is, with just the phase 1 community benefit provision, which relates to permanently affordable housing. So I'll go into more detail on each of these options. So starting with option number 1, simplify the prior ordinance. There's a number of ways we could simplify the ordinance. Some of the concerns we heard from the development community was the complexity related to the in lieu fee and having eligibility criteria, the penalties. If we make that eligibility criteria for in lieu a more readily allowable option, we could remove those eligibility criteria. And in doing that, we could also remove some other portions of the code, which I'll talk about. Having an on-site requirement is necessary in order to have an in lieu fee. So this is exactly how the affordable housing program works. There's an on-site requirement for permanently affordable, and if it's not fulfilled on site, then there's an in lieu fee, and it's the discretion of the developer with these projects. So that on-site requirement would not be able to be removed. One thing we've heard as a suggestion from the community is, maybe having the two options, the 75% of market rate or the 50% of market rate is confusing. Maybe just removing one of those, focusing on the 50% of market rate is an option. Obviously, that's more attractive to the arts community from what we've been hearing. This particular option would be the most expeditious to implement, obviously, since we'd be basically cutting language out from the prior ordinance, and we'd be able to bring it back on a faster timeline, potentially before the expiration of the Appendix J map, but probably thereabouts. So I wanted to jump a little bit back into what was composed within Ordinance 8469, just as a refresher, if this option were to move forward. Affordable housing impact fees for non-residential would still apply to all floors. We did have a threshold breakdown between the Phase 1 community benefit regs and the Phase 2 community benefit regs. Basically, if it's more than 50% residential above the ground floor, the applicant would use the Phase 1 requirements, meaning they would just pay the in lieu fee for affordable residential or provide additional units on site. If they're more than 50% non-residential, then the Phase 2 requirements would apply. So on-site below market rate space or the in lieu fee. I think we'll be talking about the new land use intensity modifications that were included in the ordinance, whether those should be brought forward, making clear that any requests for additional floor area or density would still require a public hearing before planning board. And we had also recommended that just like the inclusionary housing program, that we start work on administrative rules that would govern some of the details of the program if this were to move forward. And that's why we had recommended the effective date of Phase 2 on January 1st. Not necessarily critical. It could be implemented right away. It's just there might be some things that aren't totally fleshed out that we would need to flesh out in the next couple months. I'm not going to go into a lot of the detail on the qualifying community benefit uses. I think the council's pretty familiar with these. We've talked about it a number of times. These would still be in the ordinance, the uses that would qualify. I'm going to start talking about some areas that we could remove from the ordinance to simplify. So obviously the having the two options of market rate, we could remove one of them, just focus on the 50% of market rate. We still recommend that there would be an administrative review process for any use outs and reporting for any below market rate space that actually is provided in buildings, just to monitor those and make sure they're still compliant. But again, if we made in lieu fees more easy, we'd probably be seeing developers mostly going down that road, putting money into that affordable commercial fund. So if that's the case, then the need for penalties, the need for having discretionary criteria for the off-ramp option aren't as important. So we could actually remove those, since it would just be a quick, if it doesn't work out for them, they can just pay an in lieu fee and be out of the program. So again, this in lieu fee contribution, if it were to move forward, would replace the Phase 1 increased commercial linkage fee that we have in the code today. What it says is that the affordable housing fee applies to all floors of the building, but on those upper floors in the 4th and 5th story, there would be an additional 43% of that commercial linkage fee that would be increased for that area. So that 43% would shift to monies going into affordable commercial fund. So with a revised ordinance, we'd be removing that eligibility criteria and removing that requirement for a staff recommendation to planning board. So moving on to option number 2, this would be to create a capital facility impact fee. This creation of this particular requirement would not require a regulatory requirement for on-site below market rate space. However, we have to make it clear that impact fees must meet strict legal requirements to be implemented. So the crux with option number 2 is that it would be simpler to administer, but not necessarily simpler to set up. And our concerns are that the fee has to be for what we determine to be a capital facility needed development, and basically trying to offset impacts on that capital facility. So we would have to have some analysis as to whether affordable commercial or below market rate space is a capital facility, and then determine what those fees would be to offset the impact. So when we worked with KMA on this particular project, the study was more on, on-site below market rate space and in lieu fees. It wasn't necessarily studying the impacts of new development to determine what the proper fees would be. So we would have to go down that road to determine. And what that would entail is basically, and this is the same as what the city went through when the capital facility impact fees were updated several years ago. There would have to be an impact fee study done that focuses on affordable commercial. There would have to be a nexus analysis determining, whether there are, what the impacts are, determining, what the monetary need would be to offset those impacts. And there would also have to be an economic feasibility of that fee. So the next part is that there has to be a rational basis to implement the fee. That's something that's relatively uncertain at this point. So we are not recommending option number 2 because there is some risk that the studies might find that, this particular fee may not be able to be implemented. So we're not recommending this as it's more involved than option number 1. But if council were to move forward with this, we would suggest a scoping session with the next council to talk about the parameters of this rescoped project. Moving on to option number 3, this is imposing an excise tax on bonus floor area. So this is a little bit simpler than the fee option. Basically, the monies that are collected from a tax could be based on the bonus floor area in buildings and could be earmarked for an affordable commercial fund. There's less restrictions on it. We wouldn't need to do we wouldn't have to do the impact fee studies. There would be no need to demonstrate that there's any defraying of impacts on capital facilities through this option. But what it would require is there would have to be a successful passage of the public vote. So there is some risk involved with this particular option as well. And then lastly is option number 4. This would be just to keep the land use code as it is today with the phase 1 community benefit provisions. This again focuses on affordable residential. So the current requirement basically, increases the amount of affordable units that have to be on site for any bonus units, increases from 25% to 36% for bonus units, or there's an increase in lieu fee that they would have to pay if those units aren't on site. If they do have non-residential floor area, then it's the increased commercial linkage fee by 43% that I mentioned before. And again, all these monies would be going into an affordable residential fund. I wanted to touch on Appendix J. So right now, as council knows, Appendix J is set to expire on August 31st. What that means is that if that map goes away, it basically removes the areas that were limited to where height modifications could be requested. So with the map going away, it means that the entire city would be open for the possibility of applicants submitting applications anywhere in the city. This is the way it was prior to 2015. So that Appendix J just vaporizes and the whole city becomes eligible. It doesn't mean we're going to see height modifications in all parts of the city. We weren't seeing it in all parts of the city prior to 2015. You know, if we got an application for a 5-story building in a single family zone, it'd be unlikely to get any support. It'd be unlikely to meet the site review criteria. But knowing that there are some concerns about opening the city up, we have proposed that there could be some language added in a subsequent ordinance. It could be done when we do the updated site review criteria that would limit it from certain zones. And we've proposed those zones, the rural residential, the low density residential estate, mixed residential, and the ag zones and the transitional business zones. So I know there's some discussion that will probably happen on this tonight. I know that Councilmember Brockett had recommended that perhaps the RMX2 zone up in North Boulder may not be an appropriate zone to exclude from the community benefit program. So we can certainly hear more about that tonight. But just to get a sense of what that means, I mean, these would be the zones that we're proposing if this were to be added that would be excluded from the program. So just to offer some perspective, right now Appendix J limits the community benefit program to less than 4% of the city. If we were to add these zones as zones where we wouldn't see this program, it would increase the eligibility to a land area of about 43% of the city. Again, all of these requests would still be reviewed by planning board, would require a public hearing and would require compliance with the site review criteria. So the next part of the presentation, kind of leading up to our recommendation, is just the advantages and disadvantages of each option. I can go through these as quickly as I can, and we can have a discussion. Option number 1 is simplifying the prior ordinance. As we stated in the memo, the advantages are it's the most expeditious way to create an affordable commercial fund. It would complete the community benefit project. We'd be receiving in lieu fees once applications are received and approved, and it would be consistent with the original goals and objectives of the project. The disadvantages are the complexity that has been a concern there's some of that would still have to be included in the ordinance, since there would be an on-site requirement, and also that developers may not take advantage of the on-site requirement. Moving on to option number 2, this would certainly be simpler than the proposed zoning solution for the capital facility impact fee. It would complete the community benefit project. And like before, the other option, the city would start seeing fees going into an affordable commercial fund. The reason we're not recommending this one is that there's the risk that there may not be a rational nexus to support the fee option, since that would be based on proposed development impacts on capital facilities. It would not be an expedient solution, as there is the need for these studies and legal analysis. And it would be entirely consistent with the original goals and objectives of the project. Option number 3 relates to the excise tax. The advantages are pretty much the same as option number 2. We would start receiving monies into a affordable commercial fund. The disadvantages is, again, it wouldn't be as expeditious as option number 1. It could be more expeditious than option number 2, but it is potentially risky, as it may not receive voter approval. It depends on how it sets up. And it also would not be entirely consistent with the original goals and objectives of the project. Lastly, just leaving the land use code as it is, it would apply the permanently affordable housing community benefits program citywide, with Appendix J going away. Funding that is received would go into the Affordable Housing Fund, so we would see more monies coming in for that use. The disadvantages of this option was it would leave the community benefit project as originally envisioned incomplete, would not be entirely consistent with the goals and objectives of the project, and would not address the city needs for supporting affordable commercial uses through zoning. I know there are some other methods for that. So based on this analysis, this is our staff recommendation. So if city council is looking for an expeditious solution to enacting phase community benefit before the expiration or around that timeline, staff recommends option number 1. If city council is interested in a new funding mechanism for an affordable housing, or I'm sorry, that should be affordable commercial fund, and is less concerned about the timing, staff recommends option number 3. So that concludes my presentation. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much, Carl. That was really excellent, full information and concise. So thank you. We've got Bob and then Mark. Bob?
Carl, some of these options generate money for what would be an affordable commercial fund. How would that be administered? In other words, money would go into a pot, and then who would administer it, and what would that money be used for? Would it be used for rent subsidies in commercial market rate places, or would we go out, the city go out and build affordable space, or how would that money be actually used by the city once we receive it?
I think it's similar to the inclusionary housing program, where it would go into that fund and then the administrative rules would be created about how that money is used. It would be administered by our community vitality department. So it would be primarily focused on creating new below market rate spaces in the city. I think I might ask for some assistance from community vitality about whether or not that would apply to existing spaces.
Good evening, Council. Yvette Bowden with Community Vitality. I think we look forward to exploring the desires of Council and taking Hella's and Sandra's opinions into account on what would be appropriate. So I know that there have been different ideas from different council members over the years. We do operate certain affordable commercial efforts today, but those could certainly be revisited. And some of those uses, Bob, were in a prior information packet item that was, I think, the week before Carl's last presentation on this matter.
Okay.
And I can add to that in terms of what the fund can be used for. The greatest flexibility you would have if a tax was passed. You wouldn't even have to earmark it, which gives you the greatest flexibility in how to use those funds. If it's earmarked, it would have to be used just consistent with however you earmarked it. With regard to the in lieu fees under option 1, there's not a lot of case law in Colorado on in lieu fees, so there is some uncertainty about the legality and how they hold up. I think the strongest legal support would be to use them exactly for the same purpose that the on-site requirement would be used for. So for creation of other below market rate spaces that are permanently below market rate, or the cost of managing a program like that. I think there are arguments that could be made to use it for things like tenant finishes. But the further you go away from what the original requirement are, I think the more vulnerable that in lieu fee will become from a legal perspective.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Bob. Next, we've got Mark, Rachel. Mark, go ahead.
I have a couple. Well, first, thank you for the presentation. As always, very, very clear and concise. My question concerns, I guess, option 1 to start with. When we have a commercial building, we receive funds because we have an affordable housing commercial development linkage fee that is supported by a nexus study. What's our legal authority for taking a portion of that housing fee and simply using it for another purpose? Do we not need another nexus study and some form of authorizing legislation to do that. But we're taking it from one pot, putting it in another, and the second pot is not really supported by a nexus study. So what is our legal basis for doing that?
Yeah, you're right, Mark. We can't, oops, can you hear me now?
Yes.
You're right, Mark. We can take money out of the housing fund and spend it on something else. So the fee that we currently have in effect, we cannot use that and put that to a different purpose. So we would have to create whatever payment you're going to require, we have to create its own legal authority for it.
So then we would have to go through another nexus study, I assume, to show the reasonableness and relationship of affordable commercial space to the impact of new developments. Is that right, or is that incorrect?
If you want us to look into creating a capital facility impact fee, then you would have to do that impact fee study.
I'm not thinking of the impact fee. We already have an impact fee dedicated to generating revenue for affordable housing. And I'm trying to understand the basis on which, let's say we just take 43% of our linkage fee that is allocable to the bonus hike, or the 43% increase, and we want to put that into another pot called affordable commercial. And I'm asking, how do we do that legally? Since it is otherwise unsupported by a nexus study, we're simply by fiat saying, this piece of the pie, we're now going to dedicate to the affordable commercial enterprise. Am I wrong to have a concern here?
Well, under Colorado law, you cannot use it for a different purpose than for affordable housing purposes. So option 2 would be creating a new fee.
Well, I'm still focusing on option 1, which is the most expeditious way of getting at it. And it looks to me like option 1 is saying you can give us affordable commercial space, or you can do an in lieu fee. But isn't that what we're already doing under our affordable housing programs? And aren't we taking a piece of money that is otherwise dedicated to affordable housing and saying, now we're going to put it in a different pot? And I'm not understanding how we get there legally. And if I'm way off,
it would be
tell me.
Yeah, I think it would be a separate program. And the inclusionary housing requirements are imposed on residential developments, and this would be imposed on a commercial development.
But we're generating, I'm sorry, I must be not properly expressing myself. We already are receiving money from the commercial projects to our affordable housing linkage fee.
Yes.
And let's assume the bonus area is generating $100,000 of linkage fee. Now we're going to not take that for affordable housing, which I assume is all right, but we're asking developers to pay that money for a different purpose. And I'm not sure I see the underpinning of legal support that says this is why you're doing this, and this is why you're entitled to do this.
Yeah, I think I don't know what you're getting at. So the linkage fee will still apply, the general linkage fee that applies to all commercial square footage that's built at the general rate. And then under phase 1 of the community benefit project, we created a community benefit for commercial developments that was an increased fee of that linkage fee for the bonus floor area. What we're proposing, so it's just that increased part that requirement we would delete out of the code and replace with the commercial requirement.
But it's still a linkage fee, is it not? And we're simply taking a piece of a linkage fee and dedicating it to another purpose. And we went through a lot of effort to justify a linkage fee for housing. And I'm asking, do we have the legal right to simply say, fine, we're not going to take that money for housing anymore without a nexus study that shows that it's.
Do you mind if I jump in?
Please.
And I may be misunderstanding this, but I think Our original commercial linkage fee required the nexus study and had to stay beneath the maximum amount identified by that nexus study. The additional fee for the bonus floor area, I don't think was tied to that nexus study. Correct me if I'm wrong, but that was a community benefit requirement imposed for additional floor area. And it could actually have gone above the maximum in the nexus study, I believe, because we're trading it for something.
Well, the Nexus study showed we could go as high as $128. So I think with respect to housing, we have a lot of room to increase or decrease.
We did, but I think the point is that the Nexus fee maximum, I don't believe, applied to the additional linkage fee for the bonus floor area, because we're granting it as a bonus and requiring community benefit for it. Hella, does that?
Well, when we set that increased amount, we made sure that it still fit within the maximum legally supportable amount that could be charged.
But what I'm saying is, whatever we assessed as either community benefit or on the base building is well within the $128 per square foot that the Nexus study justified for housing. And my issue is not whether we're within those limits, it's we're now assessing it for a different purpose without a Nexus study. I would think that would be subject to challenge. And, you know, I'm happy to be wrong, but I'm not seeing it.
I jump in here?
No.
I
Please,
think
I'm drowning.
I think with the impact fee, they're proposing a new Nexus study that would allow it to go towards affordable commercial.
I don't think
that's why it would take so long. There's the fee, which would require that Nexus study, and jump in somebody if I'm wrong. And then there's the tax. The tax would just be, we put on the ballot, and if it's approved, it flies. But the impact fee that would be used for a specific affordable commercial would require a brand new Nexus study specifically for that use. So I don't think they're proposing taking funds from the affordable housing linkage fee and then using them for something else. We can't do that.
Well, that's not how I understood option one. That's really what I'm focusing on. Option one, we're essentially saying we're going to diminish the funds for affordable housing, which I'm sure we have a right to do. But if you pay in lieu, you're paying against for a different purpose. And this may be incorrect, but I'm just not seeing how we're getting from A to B without a Nexus study regarding the payment of funds for the purpose of affordable commercial. Again, I'm happy to be wrong, but I'm just not hearing it yet.
This is David Dozema with Kaiser Marston, and I think Hella brought up this explanation already, but I would offer that your inclusionary housing program that you have in place where you acquire affordable units on site and you allow an fleet in place of that if the developer elects not to provide those units on site, right? And that's not justified by a Nexus study. And what's proposed here really is the same thing except with a commercial project, and that's just reiterating what Helen said.
I'll rather than take up more time, I'll just move on to a couple of other questions. Am I correct in saying that option one seems to be trending towards a simple payment in lieu process with the option of providing affordable commercial, sort of the basis for which developers will probably all just use the in lieu option?
I think if we remove the eligibility criteria and some of those other stipulations that we had previously included in the ordinance, that we would probably see most applicants choosing the in lieu fee option.
My last question is with respect to the excise tax. Are you assuming it would be that the linkage fee that we're now assessing, especially for the bonus area, would be reduced and the excise tax would then take its place in relatively equal amount? Or are you assuming, or would this be a tax that is additive to what we're now charging for linkage fee purposes?
David and Hella, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think we already have the information from the economic study to help with what the tax would be. I know, Hella, you had mentioned that we would have to figure out what monetary need would be for the tax, so that factors in, but it seems like we have a lot of that information already. Am I correct in saying that?
Yeah, I think what Mark is getting at is the proposal would be to no longer have the increased linkage fee for the bonus floor area and replace it with the excise tax payment.
I'm just asking if that's your intent. Or are you proposing something that is additive to the linkage fees we already charge?
I think the intent is that if it's a predominantly commercial building, so more than 50% commercial above the ground floor, then based on that floor area that's in a fourth or a fifth story, that would be, you would pay a tax that would go into the affordable commercial fund.
Okay. On the other issues, I'll follow up offline. I don't want to hog the podium tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Rachel.
I just had a quick question for Carl. Thanks for the information and presentation. Carl, you said something right at the end, about basically our goal being affordable commercial space. And you said, we're trying to support it through zoning and we have other options. I just wondered, what did you mean by that? Like, what are the non-zoning options that we've looked at or that we could look at?
Well, just that I think when we get into the realm of fees and taxes, those are less zoning related.
Okay.
If the council were to go with option 2 or option 3, we would probably change the code to just say that if you do commercial, you're subject to the applicable tax or fee. It kind of gets it out of the zoning, whereas option number 1, it's still within the realm of site review and the zoning stipulations.
Okay, I was wondering if there was maybe just like a whole nother region that we could be looking at that is different to at the moment that you're building 5 stories, basically. Are there other ways to attain our goal that are maybe less complex? That may be a long-term question. Thanks.
Thanks, Rachel. So I think the question before us tonight, and Carl, I'm going to try and paraphrase, you let me know if I've got this right. Options 1 and 4, one is simplified from the program that we had looked at before, so it's much simpler, but it still maintains an affordable commercial program. So that's option 1, keeps affordable commercial. Option 4 does not. Option 4 simply keeps everything for affordable housing. Is that right, Carl?
That's correct.
Yep. And 2 and 3, options 2 and 3 are tax measures. So they're different than the linkage fee. No nexus study required. They're taxes. They have the pros and cons that are listed out there. But those seem to be the 2 flavors that we're looking at. Do we keep within the current framework and add affordable commercial, or do we just stick with the housing framework, or do we add some taxing authority, one of which would require going to the voters? Is that a fair way to summarize it, Carl?
Well, option 3 is an excise tax. So that's the one that would require going to voters. Option 2 doesn't require going to voters. It's the discretion of council, but there are state requirements that apply to how the city can apply fees.
So that would require a nexus analysis. So we either do a nexus study, a new nexus study, or go to the voters for options 2 and 3. So they're much longer term projects if we go forward with them. So 1 and 4 are the 2 that work within the current framework that could be done before Appendix J expires. So 1 and 4 are within our control of moving forward quickly. 2 and 3 would take much longer to do. Is that fair, Carl?
Yeah, that's correct. Obviously, I mean, we would try our best to do, whatever we can before Appendix J expires. It'll probably We might be able to get a first reading in before that, or maybe a little bit after, but I think we could do that the quickest. Obviously, option 4 is there wouldn't be any changes. We would probably just do some cleanup language in the land use code if option 4 is chosen. But yes, option 2 and 3 certainly much more involved.
So I think tonight as council, if we want to give direction to staff on where to go with this, we just need to be clear on what we want. I had personally been in favor of trying to get affordable commercial, but as we dig further into it, it looks like there's a lot of complexity around affordable commercial. We would have to design and run the program if we go in that direction. So as I think Yvette said, there are some current affordable commercial programs. They're small. This would be much larger. And if we go with option 1, we're essentially making in lieu a lot easier. So the gating question for us is, do we want to go for affordable commercial at this time or not? So I think that is the key decision we need to make, and then we can go down a decision tree afterwards. So I want to bring up a argument that I've heard for why we shouldn't go with affordable commercial right now, which is that when we take this money for affordable housing with the linkage fee and with the bonus area, that money goes into our affordable housing fund, which is then levered, right? We use that to support projects which get funding from the state and from the federal government. And so I think one of the things to consider is what's the most efficient use of the funds that we generate. And because of that leverage, I think we get more bang for our buck out of housing than commercial at the current time. So I just want to put all that out there. Bob, I see your hand.
Yeah, I'll just kind of pick up where you left off there, Sam. I mean, all 4 options really are. I'm going to channel Junie here since she's not here tonight, but she said this at our last session on this topic. We're basically just charging people for height. This is a tax for height. If you want the 4th and 5th floor, you're going to pay it. We're not going to call it necessarily a tax, except for under option 3, but it's you write a check in order to build the 4th and 5th floor. And so the question is, what should that money be used for? Under options 1, 2, and 3, it's an affordable commercial program that doesn't exist. So we'd have to stand up a program. We'd have to figure out where that money goes. As you say, Sam, there's no federal or state matching fund, so it'd just be dollar for dollar, just be throwing some subsidies at somebody under a program that doesn't exist. So if this is the universe, if we must charge people for extra height, I have some issues with that, but that's a different philosophical discussion. But if we must charge for extra height, I guess all things being equal, I'd rather have that go to affordable housing for several reasons. Number 1, we already have a program. Number 2, as you say, it's matched. And number 3, that's our greatest need. We haven't really even assessed. I mean, there's no doubt that there are small tenants who could use a subsidy to pay their rent. There's no doubt of that, but we haven't studied that. We know inside and out what the needs are with respect to housing. So if our choices are, if we've decided that we're going to charge people for height, and the only question is, what is that? There's a mechanism question between 1, 2, and 3, but just forget about that for a second. Our only question is, what do we want to apply to affordable housing or affordable commercial? I would say affordable housing. It's a no-brainer.
Okay, thank you, Bob. Mark, and then Mary. Mark?
Yeah, just very quickly, it's the leverage argument that decides it for me in terms of option 4. Give Boulder Housing Partners $1 million and they will multiply it many times over in order to create housing. And that 1 million is going to be worth, several million, based on whatever program they're utilizing. $1 million for the affordable commercial is going to be $1 million. So in terms of bang for the buck, I have to go with providing more money for housing. And in all of these programs are effectively diminishing the money that would be available for affordable housing. And in a city where that's our primary need and requirement, I don't know how we're getting at solving our affordability crisis by having less money for affordable housing. That just doesn't seem to make a lot of sense to me. So that's, I am going to vote for number 4.
Thank you, Mark. Mary, and then Rachel. Mary?
So I agree with everything that Bob and Mark have said. And to that, I would just add a couple comments. One is that a revenue stream for commercial would be relatively small. And the other thing that it would be lumpy, and likely lumpier than the revenue stream for cash in lieu for affordable housing. And then ultimately, all of these small businesses that would receive any affordable commercial subsidy need workers, and the workers need housing. So ultimately, in the final analysis, it comes down to people need housing, and to give up the leverage that we gain through the affordable housing, the LIHTC, and all of the other subsidies, I think would be a fool's errand when our greatest need is housing. So I too will support option 4.
Thank you, Mary. Rachel, and then Aaron. Rachel?
So I'm pretty, I find Sam's argument on leveraging the dollars pretty compelling. That's hard to argue against if we have the same like pool of money that could go to affordable commercial versus affordable housing, but we can leverage it into more dollars in one column. That seems kind of like a no-brainer. So I'm leaning towards option 4 as well, but I really would think that we need to find another way to get it affordable commercial and art space and the other benefits that we're looking at. So it's kind of what I was getting at with my question to Carl is what are our other options that maybe aren't related to this moment in time of when something's being constructed. Maybe that's foolish to think of it outside that box, but I wouldn't give up on the dream. And the last thing I would note is that I think our planning department staff is pretty overburdened right now. So that also makes me lean towards option 4 and just simplify and free up staff to do things that maybe we can finish with this council that they'll have more time for.
Thank you, Rachel. Aaron, and then I'll go.
So, I mean, I do think that we also have a problem with a lack of affordable commercial space for small businesses, for nonprofits, and for arts organizations. So personally, I would still try to continue to work on this with some format of option 1 with a simplified program. I appreciate staff bringing forward some creative ways to simplify it. It sounds like that's not where council is going. So, you know, it looks like option 4 is the popular option. And that's fine. We can work with that. Obviously, affordable housing is a critical need in our community, and we could use all the funding we can get for it. There is one other thing, though, that I want to bring up about this. It's related to this discussion, which is arts spaces providing a community benefit to the city of Boulder. So there have been a number of people who've been working on that concept for years. And this was going to be a way that we were going to enshrine in our code and our values that, hey, art space is one of the things that provides community benefit to our city. And so if in certain circumstances, if you could offer space for artists and performers, then that would be a community benefit that we can consider. And one of the places this came up is years ago when there was an armory redevelopment proposal up here in North Boulder. There was art space proposed as part of that, but it would have required a special ordinance, and the developers told, well, we wouldn't entertain a special ordinance for art space because it's not a community benefit anywhere in our code. So if we're going to drop this whole program for affordable commercial, nonprofit, and art space, personally, I would very much want to see how we can somewhere get in our stated city goals that we do feel like that space for arts in particular, but also things that benefit nonprofits and small businesses is something that we want to see. And so that if another proposal for something special comes forward, it's something that we can entertain. So I'm not expecting this to solve that problem in and of itself tonight, but it would be important to me that we hear something from staff about how we could make sure that idea is carried forward if we're dropping the program as a whole.
Thank you, Aaron, and I'll jump in here. I very much was hopeful that this project would do what Aaron just described. I think I'm not as worried about the small businesses that are for profit. They have a business decision that they need to make in order to decide how they want to operate in Boulder. And that's capitalism. What I was concerned with are the nonprofits and the arts, right? Those are the organizations we have in our community. They're often our community partners who help us achieve our goals in the community and outside the community. The employees are often paid quite a bit less. And for those organizations to be able to meet their budgets, having a reduced access to commercial space is important to them. So I am regretful that we're at the point that we are with this project, simply because I totally agree with Aaron. But when we look at our limited dollars, if we can leverage them, I think we need to be going that direction, especially for housing. I might invite either Carl or Jacob to speak to this, but one of the things I heard in the conversation today was that we have set up the kind of, as Jacob put it, the trail of breadcrumbs to be able to have a future council, either the next one or one after, pick this up and try and wrestle it to the ground. So I'm afraid that we have run out of road with this council to do the affordable commercial. And I think the elements that were difficult remain difficult. And so I'm going to support option 4, but I would want to hear from Jacob and Carl, as Aaron asked, how we could package this up and potentially pick it up with a new council. So Mark, before I call on you, I'm going to turn to Jacob and Carl to kind of address that thought.
Well, good evening, Mayor Weaver and members of council. That's exactly correct. This work is substantially complete, and it has received obviously very thorough discussion by planning board as well as by all of you. And at this point, the work is here, it's available. And we have left, as Sam said, that trail of breadcrumbs. Should a future council and staff choose to take it up, that work is going to be ready for them. And if it's going to be evaluated in the light of future considerations, future economic conditions, all of this substantially complete work is here. It can be picked up and resumed just as it was left off. And I think to that end, we're thankful for the direction that's been given to us by planning board and council. And we're proud of the work that's been done, even though it's not time now, it could be time in the future, and it's ready when that time comes.
Very good. Thank you, Jacob. Mark.
Just a quick comment. I share Aaron's concern for affordable commercial spaces for arts and community-based groups. I just think this was probably not the right vehicle for it. And I think we should continue our investigation and search to find ways to help those organizations. It's just that I don't think this program was the way to go. And we were sort of robbing Peter to pay Paul in taking money away from affordable housing to provide a source of funding for affordable commercial. But I share the concern that Aaron expressed, and I hope we will continue to look for ways of helping that sector. Thanks.
Very good. And I see, Mary, your hand is still up. Is that a leftover? Okay. Aaron.
Yeah, so thanks for that, Jacob, about the ability to pick it back up. So I get that, and some future council may pick that back up, and it'll be right there if the future council wants to. On the other hand, it may not be, right, or it may be in some number of years. So I guess my ask would be, is there a way that we can incorporate something about the importance of this, space for nonprofits and artists, somewhere in our code or our values, without taking back up the whole concept of a affordable commercial program in lieu of, for additional height. Like what, and maybe there's something in the site review criteria that could mention that. I'm not sure, but what would be a lighter touch way of saying this is an important community value for us?
Well, Aaron, I'll take that question. First of all, I don't know that we really considered it in those terms. This has been such a deep dive into the topic and such a thorough and exhaustive analysis, but I think that Your request is a really good one, and it's one that we could consider separately. And I would maybe ask for some time from council for us to consider how that could be acknowledged in a lighter touch way, and we could report back. I don't know that we've really considered it in that light because we've done such a deep dive into this approach, but it's a great request, and I think it's something we could evaluate.
Yeah, I appreciate that. So yeah, like I said, I'm not expecting us to solve that tonight, but if you could think about that and come back with any thoughts that you have, I would appreciate it. And then while I have the floor, the other thing that I would not want to see go away entirely is the intensity standard changes that we were looking at as part of this project. So Carl, are we going to still consider those as part of the site review criteria changes?
Yeah, we still have them in our list of changes. So we're working on changes to the site review criteria and are hoping to bring that forward in the next couple of months. And we can certainly include those intensity modifications in that consideration as well.
Great. Yeah, I would very much like to still have them considered. Obviously, we decide at the time whether to enact them, but I would like those not to be dropped. And then the last comment I'll make is that I think it's a reasonable idea to bring back something that says, okay, we would not entertain height modification requests in certain zones, but I'll just reiterate that I would not include the mixed density residential districts in that, or the business transitional. So I just want to get that on the record for when that comes back.
Thank you, Aaron.
Those are, and just to the point being that those are places you might want a little bit of extra height and get some additional housing and potentially affordable housing, and other things that could meet community needs. So
thank you, Aaron. Mark, and then Bob, and then I'll go. Mark.
Yeah, I support Aaron's proposal. I'll take my lead from him on the RMX zones. I think we should have some language that makes it clear, even if it's belt and suspenders, that in some of the residential zones, we're not going to be entertaining these height modifications. And I hope we can move forward with that. Thanks.
Mark, Bob.
I just wanted to support Aaron's proposal that we not foreclose RMX and business transitional.
Thanks. And Aaron, thanks for bringing both of those items up. I had them both on my list to bring up as well. I also don't want us to lose the intensity standards, which would go into our site plan review criteria, because we saw tonight some of the unintended consequences of bad ones, and we're having to do a special ordinance for that. So I would like to see both of those, the restrictions on areas where additional height can be asked for, and I agree, RMX should be a place you can ask for the height. Let's make sure those intensity changes to site plan review criteria are brought back with that, because I think those are important. And I think, as Jacob said, this work is available for even the next council to pick up and figure out if there's a nexus study that's desired, which will help that council really understand how big the problem is. To Bob's point, we know a lot about housing, and we have an idea of the impacts of development on our housing needs. This is another way to take a look at that. And I'll finally close with the idea that the reason that we are talking about assessing additional fees for additional intensity, whether it's height or additional floor area ratio, is simply benefit recapture. So we are sharing those benefits between the developer who gets the additional intensity and the community who gets the community benefit. So housing is clear. We haven't been as crisp on commercial, but I think it's been good work. And I will say that the Institute for Local Self-Reliance, which thinks about affordability a lot, has put out white papers on affordable commercial. So it is something that people are wrestling with, trying to figure out how to do it. And how can you get development to aid with that? So it's not just Boulder who's been thinking about this. It's a national consideration specifically for nonprofits. So with that, I think I'm going to summarize for staff, and council, tell me if I get this wrong, but I think we want to move ahead with option 4. So super simplifying, keeping everything that we're collecting for housing, including the extra intensity. And then we want to make sure that those restrictions on height requests, intensity requests are not allowed in the low density zones, and that we want to make sure that those intensity changes that could go into site plan review continue to move forward. And Aaron, what did I miss?
Oh, just my request to think about arts and nonprofit spaces.
Yep. And I think that is clear as well, that council is very interested in what Aaron has put out there. Rachel?
Just a quick clarifying question. I think Carl said at the beginning of the presentation that Appendix J would vaporize, and I wanted to clarify if that's correct. It will vaporize in, I think, a month and a half or so, and none of what we're saying would change that outcome. It's just belt and suspenders would still be on the horizon, but maybe not in place by the time it vaporizes. Is that true?
Yeah, it would go away. I think we're going to have to clean up some of the code language to be clear when we do the site review criteria update, but it is clear because the ordinance itself says that when it expires, there's not going to be limitations on where height modifications can be requested.
I just wanted to make sure that was there was no change in the timeline for Appendix J expiring.
Yeah, no change.
Okay, thanks.
And to colloquy on that, when do you think, Carl, that you will have a first reading for the provision for the zones that can't request additional height?
Well, I think we would probably include that with the updated site review criteria. So I think now that we're kind of shifting gears with this part of community benefit, we're going to focus more on finalizing the criteria and doing some public outreach on that. So once we get an ordinance put together, we'll include those intensity modifications as well as the zones to where the community benefit program would not apply added to that. We could do it earlier if that's what the council wanted.
I feel like the only thing time sensitive, other council members can weigh in, is the areas that the additional height cannot be requested in. That might be the only thing that we want to be sure to have in place before Appendix J goes away. But I think the others are when you can get it done. Any other thoughts on that? Rachel, it was your question that brought that up.
If I heard Carl correctly, it's not a huge danger because it was already like that pre-2015 and we weren't giving height exemptions in like residential places. So I don't know how, like, if it were September or October and the moratorium ended in August, it doesn't feel like a real risk. That's just me.
Okay. Any other council comments, questions? Carl, did you get what you needed from us?
I did. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much for your hard work. Thanks to all of council and staff in the community for thinking hard about this. Living in a wonderful but expensive place means that we have to address the expensive place part. So,
and not just wonderful, Sam, but the best place to live in the entire country, according to U.S. News and World Report.
Thanks for bringing that up, Aaron. Okay, Alicia, I think we're ready to move on.
All right, so next we have item 5B, which is the council work plan mid-year check-in.
Thank you, Alicia, and thank you, council. I know it's been a long night already, but this is a really important part, I think, of our accountability to you and to community in general, to just check in on where we are on some of the work. It's interesting to me, as I heard the conversation today, how much that really nicely came into the current presentation that you're about to hear from Taylor Ryman, who's going to be doing the overview as we move forward. You know, so many of us come into public service because we really want to, we have great ideas. We want to do so much for the communities we serve. We really want to move some bold, audacious things forward. But that also means that we can't do it all with the resources and the time and the staff that we have. And so we have to make some prioritizations. And I have to say that I talk to colleagues in other cities, and they are not so fortunate to have council members like yourselves that did some of that hard work in your retreat of really trying to prioritize that work, knowing how difficult it really is to narrow those priorities. So it falls to us as staff really to make sure that we're doing all that we can to move your priorities forward and hold ourselves accountable, and even share when we're not able to make progress or when we have to make some trade-offs. So that brings us to today's presentation, and I'll turn it over to Taylor, but let you know that behind Taylor, there are directors and staff leads that are ready to answer any questions you may have about where we are on your council priorities. Taylor?
Sure thing. Thanks so much, Nuria. Good evening, Council. Taylor Ryman, Assistant to City Council. Just checking in. Can folks see my screen? And is there any bad feedback?
I have no bad feedback and I can see your screen.
Great. Thank you. All right. So tonight's presentation, we'll go over at a pretty high level the major priorities as well as the key actions identified at the retreat in January, some updates on new discrete tasks and major work plan items, next steps, and then time at the end for any questions if you have some. So just as a reminder, at the retreat in January, Council identified 13 major priorities. Of those priorities, within those priorities, we also identified and worked with staff to figure out what key actions that we could reasonably accomplish by the end of 2021, this Council, to help move forward those goals and their efforts. So among those 13, about 7 of them have been completed. 3 of them we anticipate being completed at the end of this year. And then there are 3 more that unfortunately, due to some resource constraints and questions around scope, we just might have to reassess the trajectory of those items, one of which you just talked about, community benefits. I'm going to go over these at a high level, but if there's any details that you want to see, that can be found in the packet, and then also on both the new and the old website. The new website, just for council and the public as a reminder, was launched yesterday. The new website and old website will operate concurrently for the next 2 weeks, and at the end of those 2 weeks, the old website will be archived, so it can be found in both places for these details. So on the left, it's the major priority and its title. In the middle, there's the key council action associated with each priority. And then farthest to the right, we have the status of each of these priorities. So for COVID-19 pandemic response and recovery, this was a new priority added in 2021. And following the lifting of the state and county public health orders, council will be on track to repeal the city's disaster declaration shortly thereafter. Just last week, actually, the state of Colorado consolidated its remaining emergency orders into a single order, but the disaster declaration is still in effect. Boulder County remains in the 90-day level clear phase and is intended to lift that at around the end or mid-August. South Boulder Creek flood mitigation at CU South has 2 actions associated with it: continue working on the preliminary design and permitting for the 100-year flood mitigation project, as well as developing an annexation agreement for council action, which includes public engagement. That work is coming along well, and actually the draft annexation agreement was released just yesterday for public input. Anybody interested in leaving feedback on that draft agreement is encouraged to visit the Be Heard Boulder project page. Following the engagement window, the agreement is on track to be before you for a first reading in August. Last one on this slide, Vision Zero. Vision Zero, the residential speed limit review was completed in 2020, and the passage of 20 is plenty effectively lowered the default speed limit to 20 miles per hour in Boulder. Police oversight. After passing the ordinance to implement a police oversight model in 2019, council's key action for this term was to actually implement that auditor monitor model. This was completed actually in February of this year. The panel has been meeting since then to assess their structure and their approaches or procedures to things. And in just a few weeks, they're actually going to begin reviewing their first cases. So that's really exciting. Around the same time in February, we also completed this next one, adopting a racial equity plan. So the racial equity implementation plan and strategies has begun and will continue long term. Finally, Financial Strategy Study Committee. It was launched in January of 2020 to provide guidance on financial strategies. That committee intends to continue meeting regularly through the remainder of this year. These next three priorities come out of planning and development services, and they are off track. Community benefits, you just talked about and received a few options and gave some direction for staff to move forward on that. East Boulder Sub-Community Plan, and then the Use Tables and Standards project. Unfortunately, due to budget just constraints and layoffs of 2020, that has majorly impacted the Planning and Development Services Department. So new conversations between staff and council have also driven needs to reevaluate the scope. And so while we don't anticipate being able to complete any of these original adoption actions listed here in that middle category, staff are working to reassess the trajectory of these items. Homelessness and housing, the actions associated with these have both been completed. Council receives regular updates about data and services related to homelessness, and their feedback is regularly incorporated to iteratively enhance those services. And through the direction of the manufactured housing strategy, the new mobile home ordinance was adopted last September. These last two priorities here are related to environmental sustainability, particularly climate and energy. So the decade-long effort to municipalize the city's electricity system was halted when the community voted in favor of a new settlement agreement and franchise agreement with Xcel last November. While we have effectively completed the shift in our focus from municipalization to the partnership for the purpose of achieving our community's energy-related goals, the actual partnership activities related to electrical system planning, collaboration on projects, and a commitment to help achieve the city's goal of 100% renewable energy by 2030 are just kicking off. Council heard an update from Xcel and city staff at a study session last month, and staff will continue to provide regular updates on this progress. This year celebrates actually a lot of great achievements related to the CMAP, like drafting and passing 12 climate-related bills in the legislature, installing various renewable energy infrastructure projects, making progress on long-term emissions reduction and renewable energy generation goals, and engaging with partners on research and collaborative approaches to meet the city's targets. Staff continue to refine those goals and target and anticipate bringing a final version to council for adoption in August. So this next set of items are some things that we could not immediately work into the work plan at the retreat in January. So we're providing an update to you on these items now. New discrete tasks in major work plan items, they're kind of defined differently, and which is what we did what council did at the retreat. New discrete tasks require a knot of 5 to be added to the work plan, but don't require a trade-off with an existing item on the work plan, whereas major work plan items do require a trade-off with something of similar scope size on the work plan, as well as a knot of 5 of council to be added. Among you see those listed here. I won't go over them again for the sake of expediency. And again, there's more details on each of these in your memo, but at a very high level, the Guns Barrel Sub-Community Plan will be considered for the sub-community planning program during the next citywide evaluation of planning needs in 2022. As far as occupancy goes, staff are working to provide council with baseline research that will include explanations of Boulder's approach to regulating occupancy and case studies of peer cities regulations. Staff anticipates this information packet to be available in the July 20th council meeting packet. This last one here, University Hill Quality of Life Improvement Project, we actually have someone from CU on the line. If you have any specific questions about this one. Through a collaborative partnership, the city will collect and analyze data, research best practices, and pilot enforcement and education programs to determine and implement a productive path forward. last few here, 911 mental health responses. There are a number of new initiatives related to mental health support that are connected to 911 services, as well as general outreach to the community. After 12 to 18 months of implementation, these programs and initial assessments will be made of their outcomes. At that time, staff will assess if complementary mental health approaches will be beneficial under the 911 system. Sorry, it's late. Cannabis hospitality businesses. So the CLAB, the Cannabis Hospitality Cannabis Licensing Advisory Board, has been working to gather important input, information, and expertise to make recommendations to council on cannabis hospitality businesses in Boulder, and they project that they could make a recommendation to council by January 2022 at the earliest. For neighborhood infill pilot projects, due to high workloads, this is something that staff cannot add to their work plan unless something of similar scope size can come off. So for next steps, the council retreat committee typically starts meeting around August to plan for the following year's retreat. So we anticipate that. Just as a reminder, those on the retreat committee that I have are Councilmember Yates and Councilmember Sweatlick with Councilmember Friend to shadow. The tentative dates for the 2022 retreat are January 21 and 22, but with this being an election year, we'll just have to check with any newly elected council members and make sure that that works for them. And with that, we'll take any questions.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Taylor. That was great. We've had really good presentations tonight. Thank you. So I don't see anything from council yet. I do have a quick question about the, I noticed that we have Patrick O'Rourke here from CU, and I know that we have that Hill neighborhood quality of life improvement project. I was curious if Patrick wanted to speak up since he's stayed with us till 10:30. And I guess the other thing I'll point out is we did have the CU South annexation agreement draft released yesterday. So I want to thank the university for all the hard work that they put in with our city team to be able to hammer out all the details. There's a lot of elements of that agreement. So welcome, Patrick, and thanks to you guys for the work you're doing with us.
Hi, Mayor. It's a pleasure to be here. Again, greatly appreciate the collaboration that led to the drafting of the CU South annexation agreement. I know that there's going to be public comment over the next few weeks, but the work that was put in by the city staff and you and Rachel Friend and others to be able to get to the point where we are was really remarkable over the last few weeks, and we greatly appreciate that. We're working hard to be ready for the fall semester and continuing to work on the Hill relationships. We're also working on strategies for the first 6 weeks for the fall in being able to work on alternative programming. Chief Jokers has been working with Chief Maris Harold and others to be able to work on different law enforcement strategies. And we're on a pathway to be able to prepare for the return of the students for the fall semester. I know that you've had a very busy evening. I'd be happy to take any questions you want, but don't want to delay you much further. But we're happy to be here and be able to answer any of the council's questions.
Great, thank you, Patrick. Any council members have any questions, particularly about the students coming in the fall? Bob.
I don't know if this is a question, Patrick, thanks for being here. I don't know if it's a question for Patrick or Nuria, but I know that you guys are working together on this kind of pilot program, and we don't have to talk about it tonight, it's 10:30, but I think it might be helpful for maybe an outline of the program. I know that you've shared it with the Hill neighbors and folks in that area are familiar with it, but maybe a memo or maybe even 30 minutes of a study session sometime in the next month or so would be helpful, just so the broader community and council can get caught up on that.
I appreciate that. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Patrick.
We'd be happy to be part of that, and really that could be a very interesting code enforcement effort in order for us to be able to talk about what we're doing to try to proactively work in the community.
And I certainly echo that. I think what you'll find, and I just credit the team too, not just from CU, but our own chief. And we have brought Jacob in code enforcement and our city attorneys to really think strategically about this, really using a data-centered approach to figure out what are some strategies that we have out there. So as we bring that forward, we'd be happy to sort of discuss that, get your ideas, share with you what we're learning. And we will also use that in conjunction with some of the work that I know Maris has already been doing with San Juan del Centro. We've also are partnering with Barha, and we're going to be leveraging their expertise to learn about some tenant landlord education programs and bringing them into the fold as well. So there's going to be a lot to talk about in the future, and we'll be happy to put that on the agenda.
Great, thank you.
Great, thank you both. Rachel.
Yeah, thanks for being here, Patrick. It's nice to see you. So I guess I had just an overall question. I don't know if Patrick wants to weigh in, or it's for Nuria or someone else, but in this packet update, it said that for the Hill neighborhood issues, we would have an 18-month collaborative strategy to determine and implement. And I am on that work group for the Hill, and hearing the neighbors' concerns, 18 months seems slow, or just maybe not as rapid as people might be hoping for. So I just wanted to understand what aspects might take 18 months. Are there pieces that will be rolled out quicker? I also don't know if we as council ever got updated on the scoping results. That we were sort of waiting for that piece to know sort of how this would move and how quickly it would move. And then finally, I'm just wondering if the use tables are delayed, and now we've sort of shelved community benefits. Does that give us any wiggle room to move more quickly?
I was remiss in my thank yous to staff to mention Brenda, who has really been at the forefront of a lot of this work, and I see her appearing, but invite Brenda or Maris to talk a little bit more about how that 18-month pilot came to be, and then we can get to the use tables, and maybe I'll ask Jacob to step in on that.
Sure. Yeah, I'm happy to speak to that 18 months. What I did was reach out to several consulting partners in the engagement field. And in doing that, I really thought through what we thought a full project timeline might look like, given that we will experiment with things, roll out things, bring things to you as they're determined within that 18 months. So that's really sort of a start to finish facilitation calendar for our consultant, Amanda Nagel. She has very smartly front loaded that the first 7 months is really going to be hitting the ground running on a lot of the data analysis and the gathering and the experimenting, so that then we can start to bring things to you that need to come before you, and can just start doing the things that don't need to come before you. So she's really going to be taking, Rachel, in that group, it's been a long time of many years of talking a lot, and the folks who are wrapping around this work are ready for action, and Amanda will be able to provide that momentum and accountability in the ways that I have not been able to given my own capacity. So we're really excited to have her on board and roll that forward across 18 months with action happening throughout.
Okay, that's super helpful. Thank you for that clarification. Although I wouldn't say that you haven't been able to take it to action. I would say that council did not greenlight action until recently. So I just wanted to make sure that it wasn't like a real slow, more listening for 18 months, because I think that it's we're in action mode, hopefully. Thanks.
Thank you, Rachel. Okay, council, anything else on work plan items, Aaron?
Yeah, thanks for all that, and congratulations everyone to a whole bunch of work gotten done, a lot of great work. Thanks to everybody on staff for all you've helped us and implemented so far. Just one thing on the 911 mental health response. I saw that there was proposed like a 12 to 18 months before evaluating whether that would be a good thing for the city, and that timeframe just felt very long to me. I know we do have some new initiatives starting up, but I don't know that they're so much directly related to mental health 911 response, like the Cahoots or STAR program in Denver. So I'm not suggesting we try to kick that off today. We have a lot to do. We have the last 2 months of this council, but I just want to put out there that when the new council gets seated at our next retreat, I don't know if there'll be support for the idea, but it's something I'd definitely like to visit again next January to see if that's something that we could make happen sooner than starting to evaluate in 18 months. So no need to say exactly what's doable and what's not tonight. I just wanted to put that out there for an FYI for 6 months from now.
May I colloquy, Aaron?
Please.
Just yeah, with respect to the 911 response, how does the CERT, the critical response team, the
critical incident response
response team, the CERT team, how does that roll into 911? Is that part of that project? Is it a stepping stone?
Good evening, Council. I guess I'll take that, and maybe Kurt can shed some more light on it. So the CERT team, the incident response team, responds out on 911 calls with officers, and they tried to take the bulk of the emergency calls relating to mental health concerns and behavioral health issues. And we are doing a very detailed workload analysis right now as part of the master plan on exactly how many calls for service we get for behavioral health issues. Obviously, they come in all different forms, but our CERT team tries to respond to the bulk of those calls with a police officer. And if the police are not needed, then they send the police to other calls for service. And I don't know if Kurt wants to add anything to that, but does that answer your question, Mary?
Well, how does the CERT process that you just described, does that roll into the 911 piece of it? I mean, will that be the response?
Yes, in fact, they have police radios. It is our hope that they actually have specific crisis intervention trained police officers that they will respond with. And so we're working toward those goals, but right now there's a team that works approximately 14 hours a day. And when we receive calls, they receive them as well. And then they respond out with police officers to those behavioral health concerns across the city of Boulder.
Thank you.
And I would like to colloquy as well. I don't think we need to dive into the details here, but we do have whatever we learned from the EDGE program as well. So I think that's adjacent, Aaron. I don't think it's the same as Cahoots or STAR, but I think there may be learnings that we can bring forward from that too. So I'm glad to hear that you'll take this to the next council retreat, because I think this is a very big item to look forward to. And then I'll turn to Nuria. I think Nuria, you had another item
I
for
did.
us.
Thank you so much, Mayor. I just wanted to make sure that we got to Rachel's second question, which is about use tables. And I know that Jacob's ready to provide some response to that inquiry.
Thank you, Nuria. Appreciate that. And just wanted to make sure that Rachel got that question answered. In regards to use tables, unfortunately, the whole department is still operating very much in a diminished capacity in terms of both our staff as well as consultant dollars. Carl Geiler and the other staff in that work group are completely and efficiently committed through the course of this year with their work, both completing the site review criteria for community benefits, which you heard about earlier, in addition to performing the core services of the department, such as site review. So unfortunately, we are not going to be able to complete that goal, even though we have advertised and are working to efficiently rehire the position that was leading that work. That onboarding, that hiring and onboarding most likely will not occur in time to deliver that work prior to November. However, if it's the will of council to move that forward, we could certainly look at our overall work and look at what work could be postponed or abandoned in order to meet the goal of delivering the use tables with this seated council. So we would look forward to feedback from council in terms of what your will might be in that regard.
Thank you for that update, Jacob. I will say for myself, I would not be wanting to displace anything. I just didn't know if anything shifted as a result of decisions made tonight. Sounds like no.
Unfortunately, no. And again, we really have everyone in this work group so efficiently committed to their work. But again, we're going to monitor. We'll see how things go. And if we can onboard rapidly and get a new manager, project manager in that position, we would obviously work as rapidly as we can on the use tables. But at the moment, it's not something that I can confidently tell you that we can deliver by November.
Thanks. Sam, I had one more question. I think I'm stand up, so should I just keep the floor? Yep. So if it's a right time to talk about it, I just wanted to see if we wanted to check in a little bit about CU South after the annexation agreement was published yesterday, just on process with colleagues. At this point, for example, it's a lengthy agreement, but I think it's pretty digestible. But I would wonder if I were not up close to it, I would probably wonder what is the most efficient and effective way to deliver feedback that might be incorporated into the agreement before first reading. So I don't know if you and I are the best people to answer that question, but just wanted to raise that. And also, if appropriate, wanted to flag that it may be helpful to have a few additional listening sessions. And I think the city's based on a meeting I was in earlier today, going to be looking at that. And so wanted to see if maybe, Sam and I will be doing a listening session tomorrow. They are, I think, slated for an hour and a half, but to see if other council members would want to sit in on, in pairs on listening sessions, or if it would be the will of council that Sam and I would handle all those. I think there might be benefit to others participating and hearing from the community instead of you and I doing all of them.
Yeah, and I'd just follow up and say, the key staff leads for council members to give input to are going to be Phil Kleisler and Joe Tadeucci. So if you have questions about the draft agreement, if you have feedback or comments, I would say all of council might want to hear your areas of concern, but the subject matter experts for that will be Phil Kleisler and Joe Tadeucci. There's other members of the team. There's legal members as well as Jacob for planning. So Phil and Joe can direct your questions to the right staff if they don't have the answer at their fingertips. So I think Rachel, I think to your point, that's one way. And also, I want to second Rachel's invitation. If council members would like to be the council members present at the listening sessions, please let Nuria and Joe and Phil know, because they're the ones who are helping set those up along with Jean Gatza. So anyway, to Rachel's point, please communicate your desires, questions, and thoughts to all of council to the extent that you can, and questions directed to those key staff members. Are there any questions to follow up on that from other council members? Great, I don't see any. So very good. Thanks for that, Rachel.
You're welcome. And maybe just a moment of, that was a big accomplishment. So thank you to staff. There's been a lot of work that's gone into that draft annexation agreement. So just a moment of gratitude for me to the hardworking staff of the city of Boulder. And if Patrick's still here, CU staff as well.
Thank you for that, Rachel. Any other items for the work plan? I think I will say that given that we had 12 items coming out of our retreat, we added one, COVID response. So that was a very big one. And the fact looks like that this council is going to deliver 3 ongoing projects to the next council, which is really not too bad. So with this council's retreat, when we sat down a couple of years ago, we had a lot of continuing projects. We had probably 5 or 6 continuing projects that just got pushed forward, and most of them are done. So I think next council is going to have a little more space on the work plan to be able to prioritize different things. So thank you, staff, for the summary on this item. Any other points? Okay, very good. With that, I think we're at the end of our agenda. Is that right, Alicia?
Yes, sir, we are.
Okay, so I'm going to be a spoiler. I've got a few items under matters to bring up. None of them are major, but I think they all need to be touched on. One is that based on what we know now, it's very likely that next week's meeting will not be in chambers. So I don't want to say anything definitively, but as far as planning for what's going to happen next week, I think there's a very good chance that we will be in this same format, which is unfortunate, but we will keep everyone apprised as we learn more. Staff is working on this very hard. Also about next week's meeting, it is National Night Out. So we'll have a late start, a 7 o'clock start for the 20th. And to that end, council and staff often does not have open comment at meetings that we have a late start for. So next week is a regular council meeting, if I recall correctly. And so we would normally have open comment, but will not be doing so. Sandra has informed me that we need to take some action in order to not have open comment. And Sandra, I just ask you if you could just explain briefly what we need to do. My proposal is that we take a vote at the beginning of the meeting next week in order to not have open comment, but I'd love to hear your thoughts on that.
Sam?
Yes, Mary.
So I thought National Night Out was in August, not
Oh,
July.
did I get that wrong? I'm sorry. I
August 3rd.
apologize. On the 3rd, not the 20th. I apologize. But the point still remains, is that correct, Sandra, that we need to take some action?
Yes, I'm sorry, I thought I was muted. Yes, we do need to take some action, and council can waive or suspend those rules to allow for that. But it could that action could be either be taken tonight or at the meeting itself.
And so I guess a thought would be, I was mistaken that it needs to be next week. It's next week's meeting, it's August meeting. We could put on consent, should we choose to, a vote that we not have open comment at the meeting where we have National Night Out. So I was going to propose that we do that. I see Rachel, Aaron, and Mary. Rachel?
That's fine. I was, yeah, that's good. I was gonna ask if we needed a motion and if this was an emergency, because I don't think it would qualify as a super timely emergency to do it tonight under matters.
No, I was not. I was hoping we'd do it under consent one way or the other. Aaron?
Yeah, it'd be kind of ironic after our long discussion earlier if we took a vote right now. So yeah, consent sounds good. Thanks, Sam.
Yeah, Mary?
Yeah, I just wanted to share a thought about having open comment on the night of National Night Out. So essentially, we will be going out into the community and going to where people are instead of having them come to us. So in essence, we are doing outreach, which could very much, in my view, be seen as kind of an open comment where we're going to the community instead of them coming to us. So I would vote for waiving public input that evening.
Okay, very good. Sandra, would it be possible that we could have a motion to do that under consent for next week?
Sure, absolutely.
Okay, very good. So that takes care of that bit of minutia. And then the last thing that I have here is, Aaron, I didn't know if you wanted to make a mention of the boards and commissions. You had made a request to CAC and we had said, let's go ahead, but I wanted to give you the floor to talk about that.
Thanks, Sam. I appreciate it. And Mirabai, actually, I was going to reach out to you a little later on this week after getting some information for Alicia, since you and I are the boards and commissions subcommittee. But we have received notice that the Housing Advisory Board has had 2 resignations, so they're down substantially. So we probably want to, or potentially want to start recruiting for that, since we're many months away from the regular recruitment cycle. So I had asked Alicia, they're a little short-staffed in the city clerk's department, but asked Alicia if we could get a report of whether there are any other vacancies that have propped up, come up on the boards and commissions, and then nearby you and I could make a recommendation to the council as a whole about how we handle those, if that works for you.
Okay.
And if I may say so, sir, if it's correct, that report should be in your inbox tomorrow. I'm putting the final finishes on it.
Thanks so much for that. So then, Mirabai, if you and I can find 10 minutes to talk it over, we could present a recommendation at next week's meeting.
Yeah, Aaron, we can do that tomorrow. I'm around, so we
Great.
can figure that out.
Thank you.
Okay, excellent. That's all my minutia. Mary, I see your hand.
Yeah, I just wanted to make a comment with respect to Housing Advisory Board. That board seems to have chronic resignations. So I guess my thinking is that, or what I want to offer up is that perhaps what we want to do is to think more deeply about why that's occurring and perhaps remedy whatever that reason is before we go out and start recruiting people. I do recall that when we were putting together this board, it was done expeditiously. It was not the ideal way to go about doing things. And perhaps one of the things that could be looked at would be to go back to that and see what work was not done prior to standing up that board. Because I know that staff was looking at more time, and it was done in a manner that kind of, I don't know, jumped the shark or whatever. So perhaps that's why this is happening. But I do think that it's a chronic issue, and that needs to be examined as to why, and perhaps we need to remedy something.
Thank you, Mary. That's a good thought.
Yeah, good points, Mary.
Okay, with that, I think we're actually at the end of all the items I had. Any other items, council or staff, for tonight? Very good. Thank you all. With that, the meeting is adjourned. Everyone have a good night. Thanks.
Good night, everyone.